246. The economy and the macroeconomic environment. Changes in the macro environment will affect the strategy of a business. For example, advances in technology mean some businesses are switching from bricks, physical stores, to clicks, online operations. One important factor in the external environment is the economy. Economic factors include economic growth, prices, unemployment levels, and international trade. Changes in these can be significant in terms of the right strategy a business needs to adopt. Just think of the impact of the decision by the UK to leave the European Union, Brexit. This has led to huge amounts of uncertainty about what will happen politically and economically in the UK. Businesses are unsure about the way in which the UK would end up trading with Europe and the rest of the world, and what would happen in relation to issues such as the flow of labour into, and out of, the country. Economic change is largely beyond the control of any one business, and yet it can have a major effect on its costs and revenue. Managers will want to identify possible changes in these economic factors and consider how they might affect their particular business. It is important to plan, therefore, for economic change. 9.4 Business Insight, Risks and Uncertainties. When public companies produce their accounts, they state the potential risks and uncertainties they face. Look at this statement by Starbucks made in 2018. These risks and uncertainties include, but are not limited to, fluctuations in U.S. and international economies and currencies, our ability to preserve, grow, and leverage our brands, potential negative effects of incidents involving food or beverage-borne illnesses, tampering, adulteration, contamination or mislabeling, potential negative effects of material breaches of our information technology systems to the extent we experience a material breach, material failures of our information technology systems, costs associated with, and the successful execution of, the company's initiatives and plans, including the recently completed purchase of the remaining 50% ownership of our East China joint venture and our continuing growth in China, the acceptance of the company's products by our customers, our ability to obtain financing on acceptable terms, the impact of competition, coffee, dairy, and other raw materials prices and availability, the effect of legal proceedings, the effects of the U.S. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and related guidance and regulations that may be promulgated, and other risks detailed in the company filings with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Source: news.starbucks.com/press-releases/starbucks-innovative-growth-2018-annual- Question: Identify economic factors in Starbucks macro environment that create risks and uncertainty for the business. 9. Strategic planning and the economy. 247. SWOT analysis. To develop a strategy, managers may consider the strengths and weaknesses of the internal position of their organization, as well as the opportunities and threats presented by external factors. This approach is known as SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. For example, the strengths of a business might include a portfolio of strong brands, a good distribution network, a healthy cash position. Weaknesses might include a high proportion of faulty items produced, low levels of profitability, a weak senior management team. Opportunities in the environment might include the opportunity to develop new products and services, the opportunity to expand overseas. Threats in the environment might include new competitors entering the market, increased energy prices. Key concept: SWOT analysis is a very common technique used to identify a suitable strategy. It involves managers examining the internal position of the business, strengths and weaknesses, and the external position of the business, opportunities and threats. 9.5 Business Insight, SWOT analysis of Next. Next plc is a retailer with over 530 stores and a retail area of nearly 8 million square feet. It retails clothes, footwear, electrical and electronic appliances, furniture, furnishings, home decor, shoes, and lifestyle accessories for men, women, and children. The next directory segment of the company sells its merchandise through a direct mail catalog and a transactional website that has 4.7 million active customers in the UK. The catalog offered by the company features home improvement products and extensive collections for men, women, and children. The catalog is provided to internet customers to aid their shopping activities. 248. Strengths. The company has a multi-channel strategy selling through stores, online, and its directory. There is a strong inventory/turnover ratio, meaning its stock levels are relatively low compared to its sales. Weaknesses. Revenues fell in 2016 and 2017. Opportunities. Next is in a good position to benefit from growing interest in own-label products as shoppers look for more budget products. There is an expanding retail market in the UK and the company could continue to build on its sales of apparel for men, women, and children, digital art, lifestyle accessories, footwear, home decor, garden and outdoor products, and electrical equipment through its stores. Threats. Foreign exchange risks. Next plc operates in many parts of the world and is exposed to fluctuations in foreign exchange rates. The company reports financials in the British pound and therefore its revenue is exposed to the volatility of the British pound against other functional currencies such as US dollar, euro, Chinese yuan renminbi, Hong Kong dollar, and Korean won, among others. Labor costs in the UK are rising. Increasing manpower costs could impact the cost structure of the company. In the financial year 2017, the company employed 31,238 associates. It has taken several initiatives to expand its stores, which requires increasing its employee base. Therefore, rising manpower cost could impact the stability and operational efficiency of the company. Fashion trends are evolving. Operating in the fashion retail industry, Next plc's business is subject to a significant risk of constantly changing fashion trends in the market. Fashion has a limited shelf life, and there is always a risk that a few collections will not be well received by the customers. It is very important for the group to supply the merchandise in the right volumes and achieve the right balance in the mix between fashion basics and the latest trends. Source: https://store.marketline.com/reports/cc3f8a7-c028-44D4-b6D7669D0215-next plc-swot-and-corporate-finance-report. Questions 1. How might conducting a SWOT analysis be useful for strategic planning for Next? 2. Why should a SWOT analysis be undertaken regularly? 3. If you were the managers of Next plc, what actions might you take following the SWOT analysis above? 9. Strategic planning and the economy. 249. 9.4 Quick check. SWOT analysis includes which of the following? Analysis of A. Strengths. B. Superiority. C. Weaknesses. D. Opportunities. E. Threats. F. Turnaround. Research task. Choose a business you know. Produce a SWOT analysis for it. What do you think are the strategic implications of this SWOT analysis for the business? 9.6 Business insight, travel and tourism. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council, travel and tourism's direct contribution to world income was 3.2% in 2017. The travel and tourism sector continues to grow faster than this and is expected to grow by around 4% per year over the next 10 years. Customers are becoming more confident in the world economy, and this means they are more willing to travel. Within the growing leisure travel sector, package travel is PAR. 9.1 Doing the business maths. State whether you think each of the following is a strength or a weakness. Explain your reasoning. Item index, where industry average is 100. Strength or weakness? Why? Labor productivity 80. Absenteeism 120. Gearing 300. Unit costs 130. Research and development spending 65% of repeat sales 110. 250. Strategic positioning. Once a business has chosen which market to compete in, it will want to decide where it wants to position itself. Does it want to be a budget provider or a premium provider, for example? Consider the hotel market. Both Travelodge and Hilton provide hotel rooms, but they compete in different sectors of the market. The decision on where to position your business will depend on the strengths of your organization and the external environment, including economic factors. In 2008, many economies faced difficult times following a global economic crisis. In the UK, there was a great deal of uncertainty about the state of the economy and whether the economy would grow in the future. This led to a shift towards discounters such as Aldi and Lidl, away from the major supermarkets such as Tesco and Sainsbury's. Key concept. Strategic positioning refers to the position of a business relative to others within a market. Management task. You are the manager of Tesco plc. You have seen the market share of discounters such as Aldi and Lidl increase in recent years. Should you change your strategy to compete head-on with the discounters? Particularly popular now compared to 10 years ago and continues to grow. As well as being sensitive to changes in the economy, the travel sector is also vulnerable to changes in the political environment and events such as terrorist attacks. Other factors include the regulatory environment. The UK's decision to leave the European Union, for example, may make travel more difficult and expensive. Government decisions can also be important. For example, in the UK, the decision by the government to allow the building of a third runway at Heathrow will allow more passenger traffic. Source: https://www.wttc.org/hyphen/media/files/report/economic-impact-research regions 2018/world2018.pdf. Questions 1. What factors influence the demand for travel and tourism? 2. Based on your assessment of the future, do you think travel and tourism is likely to be a growth sector? 3. What future changes in this sector might create opportunities and threats? 9. Strategic planning and the economy. 251. Business case question: can you now answer? Some of Monarch's problems seem to be due to its managers choosing the wrong strategy. What other factors seem to explain the problems that Monarch has had? How much do you think were Monarch's problems of its own making? Read more. The classic text on strategic planning is Johnson, G., and Scholes, K. 1999, Exploring Corporate Strategy, London, Prentice Hall, Europe. Strategic decision makers. Strategic decisions are often one-off decisions. For example, if you decide to bid for a company, it is unlikely that you will have done that before for the same business. The same is true when investing in new product development. You may or may not have developed other products before, but you won't have developed this one. This means that strategic decisions involve a high level of uncertainty. This in turn means they involve risk. These decisions are likely to be taken at the highest level by the directors, and therefore it is important that the composition of the board has suitable experience and skills. The quality and experience of the leadership team is a major influence on whether the right strategy is adopted. Selecting and building the right team at the top, as illustrated in Figure 9.3, is, therefore, key to business success. The shareholders are the owners of a company. Usually a shareholder has one vote per share. Shareholders elect directors to represent them and oversee what the managers are doing. In a company there can be a difference between those that own the business, shareholders, and those that run the business, managers. Shareholders. Board of Directors. Managers. Figure 9.3 The leadership team. 252. 9.5 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Shareholders are owners of a company. B. All shareholders have one vote. C. Directors are elected by customers. D. Company managers are always the owners of the company. 9.7 Business Insight, the co-op. Whether or not a company's chosen strategy is the right one is ultimately the responsibility of its senior management team. If a strategy goes wrong, questions will be asked about the quality of the senior management team. In 2014, the Co-op Bank came close to collapse following a disastrous merging with the Britannia Building Society. A report on the problems suggested that they were mainly caused by poor management and governance. Not enough checks were made by the Coop's senior managers before the 2009 integration with Britannia. As a result of the deal, the group lost around £3.5 billion, half of its net worth, in the 4 years after the deal. A government investigation found that the co-op was led by a board totally unable because of a lack of experience to do its job. The BBC reported on this in May 2014. The report by former City Minister Lord Miners says the group's current board is manifestly dysfunctional. The co-op's former chairman Paul Flowers was arrested last year following allegations that he was involved in a drug deal. Lord Miners recommended a smaller board for the group, that is made up of members with similar skills and experience to those at competing companies such as Tesco and Sainsbury's in food and Nationwide in lending. The co-op has 48 area committees, the grassroots of the organization, which each have 10 to 12 members. They elect members of 7 regional boards who in turn elect 15 members of a board that can be as large as 23 members. There are also boards for the food business, the bank, which the group no longer fully owns, and specialist businesses, which include the pharmacies and funeral care. The co-op calls these subsidiary boards. The group's bottom-up, competitive election process provides no rigor for assessing the commercial capability levels of candidates, as there is no meaningful competency bar in place. Similarly, it provides no scope to balance the capabilities and fill skills gaps, says the report. Source: https://www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-273028020. Question: why do you think the composition of the board of directors is important for strategic success? 9. Strategic planning and the economy. 253. Management task. You are trying to create the perfect board of directors for your multinational food retail business. What would the composition of this board look like? Explain your choices. Strategic planning and economic forecasting. Effective strategy requires an understanding of where your markets are and making sure you are in the right place in the right form. Newspaper businesses are rapidly reshaping themselves to be online media businesses. Car companies are developing electric cars and more intelligent cars. Music companies are realizing that with the increasing use of streaming, their income will come from tours and merchandising. Universities are looking for ways of leveraging their assets in a digital world. Senior managers need to be visionaries and prepare. Others can manage the here and now, but those at the top have to look ahead. This involves thinking about all the major trends that could be relevant, including changes in the world political systems, population trends, and technological change. Managers must also think about where the economy is headed. The problem is that this is very difficult to do. Not even the experts do it very well. However, managers should look at economic forecasts to consider the possible impact on their strategies. Why does the strategy of a business matter? Strategy determines the direction in which a business is headed. Strategic decisions are taken by the senior management of the business and determine the long-term success of the organization. Think of the car industry and the radical changes that are occurring there, with the increasing demand for electric cars and with developments in technology leading to cars that can drive themselves, diagnose their own faults, and plan their own routes. The managers of businesses such as Ford and VW have to ensure they are aware of such trends and are making the right strategic decisions. Which are the key developments that they should be adopting? Which are the ones that will not actually turn into a major shift? These questions will influence where resources are allocated and will determine the long-term survival and success of the business. Read more. If you would like to find out more about strategy, you can read Porter, M.E. 1996, What is Strategy? Harvard Business Review Volume 74, Number 6, November-December, pages 61 to 78. 254. Economic forecasts are predictions of what will happen to key economic variables such as income, inflation, and interest rates. These are all important influences on the environment in which a business operates, and so managers need to reduce their risk by anticipating and planning for them. To do this, economists build models of the economy, trying to establish links between different variables so that they can forecast what might happen next. Of course, these models are not always correct, and so economists are constantly evaluating and refining them. Models are not necessarily intended to directly reflect reality, but provided they are successful at predicting outcomes, they can still be valid. However, the accuracy of a model will depend a great deal on its underlying assumptions. If these prove to be inaccurate, then the model's forecast will be inaccurate. Different economists will make different assumptions, which is why we get different economic predictions. The difficulty facing economists is that they are trying to anticipate the outcomes of millions of decisions by businesses, households, employees, and governments, and how these all combine. Unfortunately, these individuals do not always act in a way that is predictable. In a BBC interview with the economist Prakash Loungani, he discussed a study he had done for the International Monetary Fund in which he analyzed the accuracy of economic forecasters. He noted that almost everyone failed to predict the decline in economies in 2008 and that economists had failed to predict 148 of the past 150 recessions. Part of the problem, he argued, was that there wasn't much of a reputational gain to be had by predicting a recession that others had missed. If you disagreed with the consensus, you would be met with skepticism. The downside of getting it wrong was more personally damaging than the upside of getting it right. https://www.bbc.co.uk/program/p058qrkt. Forecasts are also made less trustworthy because of a feedback loop. So, if a meteorologist says it will rain, the fact that you take an umbrella out with you does not affect the weather. But if an economist forecasts that inflation will rise by 3% and people react by asking for at least a 3% rise in wages, the model has already changed. Inflation is now likely to rise by more than 3% because of the wage increase. The simple fact that the forecast exists changes the reality it is trying to predict. Economic forecasts therefore need to be treated with some caution. Emergent strategy versus planned. What you intend to do to achieve your objective is your planned strategy. However, what you actually end up doing may be different from what you intended. Changes in circumstances, external events, or internal events may lead to a slightly different course of action. What actually happens is known as the emergent strategy. Think of what you imagine you will be doing in the next 10 years of your life. That is the plan. What you end up doing could be very different for all sorts of reasons. A strategy may emerge. 9. Strategic planning and the economy. 255. What is important is to keep checking where you are and where you want to be. Even if you end up taking a different turn from what you initially imagined, this is fine provided you know where you are and where you are going to. SWOT analysis and strategic planning is an ongoing process and may take you on a very interesting journey. In its history, Nokia has produced paper, toilet paper, and tires as well as consumer electronics. WPP, the global media business, began as wire plastic products making shopping baskets. Businesses need to keep moving. For example, Sky recently announced it would be making all its channels and content available online. This is a response to greater competition from the likes of streaming services such as Netflix and Amazon and allows it to enter new markets more easily than through satellite TV broadcasting. Summary: managers must look ahead and decide what their business should aim to achieve, and how best to get there. The strategy is the plan the business should follow. If the strategy is clear, All the different parts of the business should be able to plan for their part of the business and how it fits in with the overall direction of the business. Strategic decisions are critical to the performance of the business. Managers will look at the possible future changes in the micro and macro environment and try to work out how best to move the business forward in these circumstances. Key learning points. A strategy is a long-term plan for a business to achieve its objectives. A strategy usually involves high levels of investment and risk. The strategy of a business is usually based on the internal strengths and weaknesses of a business and the opportunities and threats created by the external environment, SWOT. The microenvironment of a business can be analyzed using Porter's 5 forces. The macro environment can be analyzed using Pestel analysis. Strategies will need to change over time to be effective. Strategies that emerge may be different from those that were planned. The Ansoff matrix shows strategies in terms of new and existing products and markets. Strategic positioning decisions show where the business wants to be within the market relative to competitors. 256. Business case extension questions. 1. Select 2 airlines and analyze the strategies they have adopted. 2. Identify a business that has shut down recently. Analyze the factors that led to its closure. 3. Identify a business that is growing fast. Analyze the reasons why its strategy has been successful. Quick questions. 1. What is meant by strategy? 2. What is the difference between an emergent and a planned strategy? 3. What is meant by SWOT analysis? 4. What is the role of the board of directors? 5. What is meant by the macroeconomic environment? 6. What is the difference between market development and market penetration strategies? 7. What is the difference between new product development and diversification strategies? 8. Why is economic forecasting difficult? 9. What is the difference between buyer power and supplier power in Porter's 5 forces model? 10. What is the difference between rivalry and substitute threat in Porter's 5 forces model? Strategies for growth. Chapter 10. Business case. In 2016, the supermarket chain Sainsbury's made a successful takeover bid of £1.4 billion for the home retail group to form a larger food and general merchandise retailer. This was a major strategic decision for the business, as reported in The Guardian in February 2016. Sainsbury's has promised to pay home retail shareholders 55p in cash and 0.321 Sainsbury's shares for their shares, valuing home retail at £1.1 billion or 143.7p a share based on Sainsbury's share price. Sainsbury's said the takeover would create the UK's largest non-food retailer ahead of John Lewis or Marks and Spencer with about 2,000 stores and 100,000 products. It plans to put Argos outlets in Sainsbury's large stores, see figure 10.1. Excess supermarket space was built up in the 1990s and 2000s when supermarkets competed to open giant out-of-town branches. Those stores are now less popular after many. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain why growth matters, explain how a business could grow, analyze the advantages and disadvantages of different forms of growth, analyze the problems of growth, analyze how managers might try to overcome the problems of growth. Why do I need to know about strategies for growth? Your business was recently bought out by a private equity business, and you are being asked to grow your business to get to the scale their investors think is required for high returns. You want to know how best to grow your business and the possible problems you might encounter. Growing a business is a common business strategy. It leads to top-line growth. In this chapter we consider how managers might grow their business, the reasons why they might want to do this, and the problems they might encounter. 258. Figure 10.1 Sainsbury's and Argos, information produced to explain the reasons for the proposed merger. Over 2/3 of UK households have shopped at Sainsbury's over the last year. 1. See 2/3 of UK households have shopped at Argos over the last year. 2. Over 40% of UK households have shopped in both Sainsbury's and Argos. 2 to 3. Complementary customer base. Households have stopped doing the big weekly shop in favor of more frequent visits to smaller convenience stores. Sainsbury's motive was to help it take on Amazon and diversify away from the very competitive food retail market. Closing Argos stores, at no cost, as it just involves not renewing the lease, to open up Argos concessions in Sainsbury's stores may make sense financially, at least in the short term. The Guardian went on to report. Sainsbury's is also interested in Argos's delivery network and IT systems, which it believes will help it take on Amazon, the US online retailer that is increasing its presence in the UK grocery market. The rapid growth of the discounters Aldi and Lidl has also created a price war, slashing supermarket profits. Sainsbury's argues that buying Argos will allow it to offer a broader range of goods at its stores and offer a wider delivery service both to homes and click and collect points in stores. Argos outlets will also provide a useful filler for spare space in Sainsbury's largest outlets. The combined business offered a multi-product, multi-channel proposition, with fast delivery networks. The company hopes that adding Argos will let it sell more products to customers and give them an extra reason to visit its stores. There is a great deal of overlap between the chain's customers, and a handful of Argos concessions in Sainsbury's shops have traded well. Sources: https://www.theguardian.com/business/2016/Sainsbury's-agrees-home-retail-group, Sainsbury's website. Business case questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. 1. What factors do you think influenced Sainsbury's strategic decision to buy HRG? 2. Why do you think it decided to do this rather than invest in its own internal growth? 3. What risks do you think this strategy of growth brings? 4. What actions can Sainsbury's managers take to reduce these risks? How do we measure the growth of a business? There are many different measures of the size of a business. Typically, managers might measure the value of sales or the value of assets. In some cases they might measure the number of employees, the number of stores or the number of vehicles. In the UK, the size of a business is often measured by the number of employees. A small business is a business with 0 to 49 employees. A medium-sized business has 50 to 249 employees. A large business has 250 or more employees. 260. Key concept. SMEs are small and medium-sized enterprises. This means these businesses have fewer than 250 employees. Table 10.1, estimated number of businesses in the UK private sector and their associated employment and turnover, by size of business, start of 2017. 1. Total turnover figures exclude Section K, financial and insurance activities, where turnover is not available on a comparable basis. 2. With no employees includes sole proprietorships and partnerships with only the self-employed owner-manager, S, and companies with a single employee, assumed to be a director. Analyzing the data. The vast majority of businesses in the UK are classified as small in terms of the number of people employed. However, large businesses account for most of the turnover. These comparisons are shown in figures 10.2 and 10.3 and in table 10.1. Source: www.gov.uk/government/upload/system/upload/attachment_data/file/6632335bpe_score2017_release.pdf. Questions 1. Consider the scale of small businesses in the UK in terms of employment, turnover, and number of businesses. Can you explain this data? 2. Look at the trends in figure 10.3. What do you think has caused these trends? 10 strategies for growth. 261. Why do businesses want to grow? Growth is a common objective of a business. Partly this is because it shows the business is moving forward and it is one way managers can judge their success. When I took this business over we had 20 stores, now we have 50 would be a typical way that a manager might measure her own success in the role and use as evidence to others that she has been successful. When I started in this business we had 20 stores, now we have 10 might not sound quite so impressive. Growth shows that the business has momentum and is progressing. Standing still might suggest complacency or a lack of initiative. However, there are many other reasons why growth might appeal. A larger scale of operations can generate internal economies of scale which reduce the unit cost. The benefit of lower unit costs is that a business can increase its profit margins if it maintains the same price. Alternatively, it allows the business to reduce its price and still be profitable. Greater scale is therefore an important source of efficiency and provides the ability to lower prices but retain profitability. This is a driving force in industries such as brewing, cars, pharmaceuticals, tobacco, and banking, where there are relatively few huge businesses. Greater scale allows a business to dominate a market with higher market share. This dominance may allow the business to become a price maker rather than a price taker. This could allow it to push prices up. It might also reduce the pressure on the business to need to be innovative and to improve efficiency. Two businesses may benefit from each other's strengths when they join together. For example, one may have a strong research team while another may have a good distribution network. One may have a good understanding of one part of the world, another may have a good insight into a different region. Combining these strengths may help the combined business become much stronger than the two individual parts. Synergy occurs when the combined business is worth more than the individual parts. Synergy can be summarized as 2 + 2 = 5. Key concepts. Internal economies of scale occur when unit costs fall as the scale of production increases. Synergy refers to the benefits from two or more businesses working together and sharing resources, so that the combined business is worth more than the individual ones. Forms of business growth. Growth may be internal or external. Internal growth occurs when a business sells more of its products. For example, effective marketing increases demand and sales. External growth occurs when one business joins with another, this is known as integration. Forms of external growth are mergers and acquisitions. A merger occurs when one business joins together with another to form a new business entity. If you have shares in business A and this merges with business B, you now have shares in the new organization C, which is made up of A and B. 10 Strategies for Growth 263. Acquisition, also called takeover, occurs when one business gains control of another business. If you have shares in business A and this takes over business B, you continue to have shares in business A but these now include ownership of B as well. To take over another company you might offer cash for their shares, or you might offer some shares in your own business, this is called a paper offer, or a combination of the two. Key concepts. A merger occurs when two or more businesses join together to create a new joint business entity. An acquisition, or takeover, occurs when one business gains control of another. Management task. You are considering a strategy of growing through takeover. Outline the 3 key factors you think you should take into account when choosing a target business. There are different forms of external integration. These are typically categorized in terms of which industries are involved and which stage of production the businesses involved are at. Types of integration are horizontal, vertical, and conglomerate. Horizontal integration occurs when businesses in the same industry and at the same stage of the production process join together. 2 food retailers joining together or 2 pharmaceutical companies joining together would be examples of horizontal integration. The motive behind this form of integration is usually complete the following table to show economies of scale. Question. At which level of output does the business stop benefiting from internal economies of scale? 264. 10.1 Business Insight, Cineworld and Regal. In 2017 Cineworld agreed to buy U.S. cinema chain Regal in a $3.6 billion, £2.7 billion, deal that was to create the world's second largest cinema group. the BBC reported in December 2017. The new cinema giant will operate in 10 countries, and have 9,500 screens across the US and Europe. The deal gave Cineworld access to North America, which has the largest box office market in the world. Cineworld currently has more than 2,000 screens across 221 sites and also own the Picture House Cinemas chain. The deal is a big bet on the cinema sector, which is under threat from streaming sites such as Netflix, Amazon Prime, and iTunes, which allow viewers to watch films at home. In the US, the summer's takings at the box office were at their lowest level for more than 2 decades. But annual takings have been more than $11 billion for the last 2 years. 10.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. A merger occurs when 2 or more organizations join together to form a new one. B. A takeover occurs when one business gains control over another. C. Vertical integration occurs between businesses at the same stage of the production process. D. Horizontal integration may lead to internal economies of scale. To reduce the degree of competition in the market and to gain internal economies of scale and market power, you may decide to undertake horizontal integration to remove a rival and gain more market share. For example, vertical integration occurs when a business joins with another business at a different stage of the same production process. This may be forward vertical integration, when a producer joins with another business at a stage closer to the customers. For example, a car producer might buy car dealerships. This helps ensure access to a market. Backward vertical integration occurs when a business joins with a business further down the supply chain away from the end customer. This is usually undertaken to gain control of supply and to control costs and quality more effectively. Conglomerate integration occurs when one business joins with a business in a different industry. This can help reduce the overall risk of the business by operating in different markets and therefore being less vulnerable to changes in any one of them. If you are worried about demand growth in your existing markets, you may decide to diversify through conglomerate integration. 10 Strategies for Growth 265. And in the UK, cinema attendance is up around 8% so far this year, with around 165 million tickets sold each year. The numbers are still a far cry from UK cinema-going's peak after World War II, which saw a record 1.63 billion cinema admissions in 1946. Cineworld chief executive Mookie Griedinger said he expected to bring Regal's profit margins to nearer Cineworld's. Currently Cineworld has a 22% margin, while Regal has just short of a 20% profit margin. This year, Cineworld's audiences have been boosted by blockbusters Dunkirk and Despicable Me 3, with recent big releases including Paddington 2 and Justice League. Cineworld has agreed to pay $23 a share for Regal, and is funding the deal mainly by asking investors to stump up £1.7 billion by buying new shares through a procedure known as a rights issue. The deal gave the combined group more than 9,500 screens and made it the world's second largest cinema chain by number of screens, behind AMC Theaters, owned by China's Dalian Wanda Group. In December 2017, the Financial Times reported Griedinger as saying, "Consolidation is an important move forward, and the best practice we have successfully rolled out across Europe will be the key driver to continued success." Sources: BBC, https://www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-4223467 M. Ahmed and K. Martin, 2017, Cineworld clinches $3.6 billion reverse takeover of Regal, Financial Times, December 5. https://www.ft.com/content/6cadfe02-d995-111E7-039-C64B1C09B482. Question: why do you think consolidation is important in the cinema sector? 10.2 Business Insight: Changes in Snacking Habits. The BBC reported on December 18, 2017 that the Hershey Company and Campbell Soup had recently spent billions of dollars to buy rival food businesses. Hershey said its $1.6 billion, £1.2 billion, purchase of popcorn and Tyrrell's crisps maker Amplify would help it turn into a snacking powerhouse. Meanwhile, Campbell Soup said it would splash $4.89 billion on tortilla chip and pretzel crisps maker Snyder's-Lance. Both deals show how U.S. firms are increasingly trying to cope with a shift in buying habits, with many people favoring smaller, more artisanal brands as well as food that is perceived to be healthier. Amplify's popcorn brand Skinny Pop advertises itself as a tasty, guilt-free snack. The firm also owns Mega Bars, which are made with whey protein from grass-fed cows in New Zealand, and upmarket UK crisp brand Tyrrell's. Snyder's-Lance also boasts of its health credentials, saying its brands, which include kettle chips, offer healthy snack choices that provide the perfect amount of portable fuel. Crisps are the one snack which many see as an especially permissible indulgence, according to market research firm Mintel. It estimates that crisps and dips. 266. Key concept. A franchise occurs when one business sells the right to use its name or sell its products to another business. The franchisor sells the franchise. The franchisee buys the franchise. Research task. Research a franchise of your choice. Consider the terms and conditions of purchase of the franchise as well as market conditions. Recommend whether to buy the franchise. Management task. You have built up a small but successful burritos business in the last 5 years called Beautiful Burritos. You are considering franchising the business and have received an offer from another business to buy a franchise to open abroad. Should you sell a franchise? Outline the factors you would need to consider. Franchising. A business may also grow externally through franchising. This occurs when one business sells the right to other businesses to produce their product or provide their services. The seller of the franchise is called the franchisor, the buyer of the franchise is called the franchisee. The franchisee usually pays a fee to buy the franchise, and then a proportion of its sales revenue is paid to the franchisor. Selling a franchise enables a business to grow relatively fast because the funds for the expansion are mainly provided by the franchisee. Some advantages and drawbacks of both buying and selling franchises are listed in Table 10.2. Sales totaled $16.8 billion last year in the U.S., up around 19% from 2011 when it last measured the sector. Mintel said younger people aged between 18 to 34 were more adventurous and willing to buy a wider variety of crisps and dips than older customers. Campbell Soup Chief Executive Denise Morrison said its purchase of Snyder's-Lance would dramatically transform the company. If Campbell Soup had already owned Snyder's-Lance in 2017, then almost half of its sales for the financial year would have come from snacks, up from just under a third, the firm said. Similarly, Hershey Chief Executive Michelle Buck said broadening its portfolio would enable it to capture more consumer snacking occasions. Source: https://www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-423961997. Question: Why did Campbell buy Snyder's-Lance? 10 strategies for growth. 267. Taking over another business. To take over another company, a business needs to gain control of its shares. The bidding company will make a bid for the shares of the target company. The aim is to offer enough, but only just enough, to make the shareholders sell their shares. To do this, it will usually be necessary to pay a premium, i.e., pay more than the current share price. This immediately generates an additional cost, which will need to be recovered somehow. Problems of a takeover. Takeovers often seem attractive. They can be a quick way of increasing scale, of accessing technology, and of entering a market. However, takeovers bring with them many potential problems. There is an initial cost of buying the shares at a premium. As discussed above, this expenditure will need to be recovered. There are often problems managing different cultures. The culture of a business refers to the way things are done around here. It describes what, or who, is. Business case questions. Now can you answer? What factors do you think influenced Sainsbury's strategic decision to buy HRG? Your investors want significant growth in the next few years. You believe this needs to be done via external rather than internal growth. Explain why. 10.3 Business Insight, Royal Bank of Scotland. In 2008, the Royal Bank of Scotland, RBS, was on the edge of financial crisis. To help save the banking system, the government intervened and took ownership of the bank. The Financial Services Authority, FSA, investigated RBS to understand the causes of its downfall. The report concluded that multiple poor decisions were at the heart of its problems. The bank needed a bailout that eventually amounted to £45 billion. RBS chairman Sir Philip Hampton said, "Taxpayers should never have had to rescue RBS. The FSA are right to have given the British public its assessment of events and factors that led to RBS requiring government assistance. The FSA's views are an important contribution to the debate on how banks should be managed and regulated in the future. The problems included underlying deficiencies in RBS management, governance, and culture which made it prone to make poor decisions. Regarded as important, how people behave, how they interact, and what they value. When you put two businesses together, the differences in culture often cause problems. People think about issues in different ways, they prioritize things in different ways, they respond to issues in different ways. This can cause conflict and inefficiency. There can be internal diseconomies of scale. If a business gets too big, there can be problems with managing such a large organization and with motivating and coordinating employees. In particular, large businesses often worry they will lose their entrepreneurial spirit and become too bureaucratic. This can lead to higher unit costs. In order to undertake a takeover, a business may need to borrow funds, and this will incur interest costs. External versus internal growth. External growth can bring about rapid growth and therefore can bring many challenges. By comparison, internal growth tends to be slower and more managed, with managers determining how fast they want the business to grow. A relatively high proportion of takeovers prove to be unsuccessful. The combined companies do not perform better financially than the individual ones did. However, managers still continue to think that their deal is going to be different. 10 Strategies for Growth 269. 10.4 Business Insight, Tesco and Booker. In December 2017, the UK's government competition regulator, the Competition and Markets Authority, CMA, reported on its examination of the merger between Tesco, a retailer, and Booker, a wholesaler. The question was whether there was a competition issue because Booker supplies shops such as Premier, Lundy's, and Budgens that compete with Tesco. The CMA report said, Booker does not own the shops it supplies, and these retailers are free to set their prices and decide which products to stock. So, although these shops compete with Tesco, Booker cannot directly determine how they compete. The CMA also examined whether the merged company could raise prices or reduce service quality at either the wholesale or retail levels. It found existing strong competition in wholesale and retail. The CMA surveyed hundreds of retailers, which showed that most shops use more than one wholesaler and frequently switch. A quarter of symbol group retailers and a third of independent shops switched at least once a month. Research task. Research a recent takeover. Analyze the case for and against the takeover. The executive summary points out that individual poor decisions can result from flawed analysis and judgment in particular circumstances. Many of the decisions that RBS made appear poor only with the benefit of hindsight. But a pattern of decisions that may reasonably be considered poor, at the time or with hindsight, suggests the probability of underlying deficiencies in a bank's management capabilities and style, governance arrangements, checks and balances, mechanisms for oversight and challenge, and in its culture, particularly its attitude to the balance between risk and growth. Among other problems, this had led to the takeover of ABN AMRO. RBS paid far too much for the company because it did not do enough research into what it was worth. The strategy was put forward by the chief executive Fred Goodwin and no one challenged him. He had been right in the past and it was assumed he would be right again. Source: www.fca.org.uk/publication/corporate/fsa-rbs.pdf. Questions 1. What problems with management might have led to the disastrous bid by the Royal Bank of Scotland for ABN AMRO? 2. What systems and processes could you put in place to make sure a business was well managed at the top? 270. Growth and profit. Growth may lead to lower profits in the short run as a business expands its resources. Growth may require more stores, more staff, more equipment, and more marketing. This increases costs. It may take time for the revenue to grow to justify this investment. Many businesses including Ocado, Twitter, and Facebook took years before they made a profit. Managers must be sure that are able to finance the short term and are confident that the long-term returns will be sufficiently high over time. The danger is if the business faces financial problems during growth and is unable to keep trading. This is called overtrading. 10.2 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. External growth is often faster than internal growth. B. Takeovers can lead to internal diseconomies of scale. C. Horizontal integration can increase the four-firm concentration ratio. D. Vertical integration can reduce input costs. Business case question: can you now answer? Why do you think Sainsbury's decided to take over Home Retail Group rather than use that money to invest in its own internal growth? In addition, almost half of symbol group retailers surveyed and more than a third of independent retailers said that if Booker were to raise prices after the merger with Tesco, they might stop buying from Booker altogether. And only around a fifth would continue buying the same volumes from Booker, alongside their other wholesalers. The chair of the CMA investigation said, "Millions of people use their local supermarket or convenience store to buy their groceries or essentials, so it is vital that they have enough choice to secure the best deal for them. Having examined the evidence in depth, we are satisfied this will remain the case following the merger." Source: https://www.gov.uk/government/news/Tesco Booker-merger-cleared-after-in-depth review. Question 1. Should the regulators have been concerned about the Tesco takeover of Booker's? 2. On what grounds would you, as a regulator, stop a takeover or merger? 10 Strategies for Growth. 271. Stages of growth. Larry Greiner's model of growth, figure 10.4, details under read more in this chapter, shows some of the challenges as businesses get older and get bigger. Greiner highlights common crises that a growing business might encounter. When businesses are new and small, there is often no formal organizational structure. There are relatively few people and it is easy to share ideas. At this stage, the organization may be very creative. However, as a business continues to grow, this informal approach may no longer work. New employees may need more direction and need managing. Crisis 1. At some point there is a need for direction and leadership which may not come naturally to those who founded the business and who are perhaps very entrepreneurial. At this stage, the business may need to appoint outside managers to run the business rather than rely on those who set it up. A more formal approach to management is likely to be needed. For example, the managers may now formally define its missions, set out its objectives, and formally define roles. They typically create a functional organizational structure and introduce more accounting systems and budgets. This provides direction and control, but there may be little delegation. As the business grows more complex and those closer to the issues within their departments gain more experience, they want to have more independence. This creates crisis 2, a crisis of autonomy. 10.5 Business Insight, Purple Bricks. Losses at the online estate agency Purplebricks increased in 2018 after the business expanded overseas, as reported by the BBC in July 2018. The company reported a pre-tax loss of £26.1 million for the year to April, up from a loss of £6 million the year before. Purplebricks launched its business in the US last September after it expanded into Australia in 2016, and has since moved into the Canadian market. The company's presence in places such as Australia and the US are much earlier in their evolution, but its managing director said the company was very well positioned for growth. He said that the company had gained market share, increased its revenues, and grown customer engagement in these countries. www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-447216667. Question. Explain how a company can be growing its revenue and yet have falling profits. 272. Crisis 2. At this stage the senior team may delegate more, enabling each unit to focus more on its specific demands, although this is often resisted by senior managers who are reluctant to let go. The delegation provides more autonomy. It involves greater decentralization and creates profit centers. This can lead to faster decision-making, but, at some point, top management may feel they are losing too much control and want to regain this. This leads to Crisis 3, a crisis of control. Crisis 3. At this stage the senior management team has to establish controls over the different parts of the business, such as more formal planning procedures, greater control over investment decisions, centralizing certain functions such as research and human resources, and using profit-sharing schemes more widely to help provide a common business case. Can you now answer? What risks do you think come with Sainsbury's strategic move of growing by taking over Home Retail Group? What actions can Sainsbury's managers take to reduce these risks? Summary. Managers often want to, or are told to, grow their business. They need to decide on the best way of doing this, for example, through internal or external growth, and how best to manage such growth. Focus to decision making. The danger of this approach is that there may become too many procedures for decisions to be made by the different business units, causing Crisis 4, a crisis of red tape. Crisis 4. There may be too many systems and procedures getting in the way of competitiveness. This can lead to an attempt for greater personal collaboration between the managers of the different divisions and more focus on self-control rather than imposed control from head office. Greater discussion and a shared approach replace some of the many rules. The focus is on teamwork across divisions, up-to-date information, and more communication between senior managers. However, Greiner highlighted this might lead to a further crisis at some point in the future, although what it will be may vary. Perhaps the impact on employees of working in such a demanding environment means that some time will have to be given to employees to reflect and revitalize themselves. The growth of a business is, therefore, likely to be full of challenges. 274. Quick questions. 1. What is an SME? 2. Why might managers want a business to grow? 3. What is the difference between a takeover and a merger? 4. What is the difference between vertical and horizontal integration? 5. What are typical reasons behind conglomerate mergers and takeovers? 6. What are the common advantages and potential disadvantages of selling a franchise? 7. What are the common advantages and potential disadvantages of buying a franchise? 8. What are the common challenges of growth? 9. What is the difference between external and internal growth? 10. Why do mergers and takeovers often fail? Key learning points. Growth is a common business objective. Growth may be internal or external. External growth can be via merger, takeover, or franchising. Growth can bring benefits such as internal economies of scale, but also challenges such as the difficulties of managing more people. In the UK, takeovers and mergers may be monitored by the Competition and Markets Authority if there are competition issues. Different forms of takeover include horizontal, vertical, and conglomerate. Business case extension questions. 1. Research the performance of Sainsbury's since the deal with Argos was announced. Analyze how well the company has been doing and the extent to which benefits appear to have resulted from the takeover. 2. Research a recent takeover. Analyze the reasons for the takeover. Discuss the possible consequences for different groups involved in the takeover, such as investors, employees, and customers. 3. It is often claimed that takeovers are not successful financially. Undertake your own research into the financial success of takeovers and summarize your findings. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment. Chapter 11. Why do I need to know about the macroeconomic environment? You are the managing director of a low-price, discount, supermarket chain. Your business model relies on low costs, allowing you to undercut your competitors with price and still make a profit. Your business model is based on low profit margins and high volumes. You describe your business as lean and you are constantly looking for ways of becoming more efficient. In the last 3 years, you have increased your market share from 3 to 5%. However, the macroeconomic environment has not been helping profits recently. In the last few months the pound has fallen in value. Concerns over the UK's relationship with the European Union have led to less confidence in the UK economy and less demand for pounds from abroad. This fall in the value of the currency has increased your costs, and your profit margins have all but disappeared. This shows how changes in the external economic environment can affect the performance of a business. In this chapter, we analyze some of the key features in the macroeconomic environment and how they may affect a business. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain what is meant by gross domestic product and national income growth, explain what is meant by inflation, explain the meaning and significance of the interest rate, explain what is meant by unemployment, analyze the importance of the external environment, analyze the effect of inflation on a business, analyze the effect of unemployment on a business, explain the effect of a change in interest rate on business, explain the effect of a change in exchange rates on business. 276. Business case, Marks & Spencer. Marks & Spencer is a leading retailer of food, clothing, and home products. This is an extract from its annual report. Our Customer Insight Unit, CIU, gathers feedback through a number of different channels, including store exit surveys, online surveys and reviews, till surveys, the customer contact center and focus groups, to build a comprehensive picture of what our customers want from M&S. This year, we carried out over 700,000 customer interviews, either in person or through online surveys. Within the CIU, we have created an anonymized data analytics team to ensure we have a single accurate view of our customers. Through anonymized data analysis, we can better understand how our customers are shopping with us by examining purchasing behaviors and patterns both in our stores and online. By understanding how our customers choose to spend their money and time at M&S, we can ensure we are always working to deliver the products and shopping experience they want. Our consumer barometer gives us a regular snapshot of how consumers are feeling about their household finances and the economy in general. Every month we talk to 70,000 M&S customers across our key customer groups, as well as those who don't shop with us regularly, to take the nation's pulse. We overlay this insight with external market data, such as weather patterns, travel time to our stores, local footfall data and the competitor environment, to build a solid understanding of our customers and our position in the overall retail landscape. By understanding these groups in detail, we can build our strategies from the customer upwards rather than from the boardroom downwards. What customers are telling us after holding up reasonably well over Christmas, consumer confidence in general dipped in the early months of 2017. People started to feel a little less certain about the wider economic outlook due to concern around issues such as rising inflation, the falling pound and uncertainty as a result of the UK's decision to leave the European Union. When asked about their future spending intentions, All consumers rather than MNS customers in particular said they were likely to trim back their discretionary spending in the months ahead due to these economic concerns. They also said they were more likely than before to put their money into experiences and events, such as trips to the cinema, gym membership, or meals out, rather than into buying consumer goods on the high street. How we use our insights. The information we gather gives us a crucial insight into the context in which we're trading. Our insights mean nothing unless we act on them. We share the information with all our business units and use the results to help us inform our business decisions. From product development and design, to the content we put on our website, to our online delivery proposition, they are all guided by what our customers tell us. Source: Annual Report. marksandSpencer.com/m_AR2017_market _Customer-Insights.pdf 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment. 277. Introduction to the macroeconomic environment. Businesses operate within an external environment. Within this environment, macroeconomic factors can affect the costs and demand of a business, as illustrated in Figure 11.1. Managers must understand these factors because of their impact on their success. They must plan for changes in the macroeconomic environment and adjust their strategy accordingly. These macroeconomic factors include gross domestic product, the inflation rate, the interest rate. Business case questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. 1. How do you think the economy affects the costs of Marks & Spencer and the demand for its products? 2. How might economic change affect Marks & Spencer's strategy? GDP. Inflation rate. Interest rate, exchange rate. Unemployment rate. Macroeconomic environment. Figure 11.1. The macroeconomic environment. 278. The unemployment rate, the exchange rate. Gross domestic product, GDP. Why does gross domestic product matter? Gross domestic product, GDP, measures the national income of a country over a year. It is an important measure of economic activity. If GDP is growing fast, then for many products this will mean demand is likely to grow, and managers will want to have the resources in place to meet this demand. Higher incomes will affect some products, such as luxuries, more than others. For example, with more income, consumers may be more willing to buy a new car or go abroad on holiday. These products would be called income-elastic products, meaning they are sensitive to changes in income. As discussed in Chapter 3, any percentage change in income leads to a greater percentage increase in the quantity demanded, see Table 11.1. By comparison, demand for products that consumers might consider necessities, such as sugar, is less likely to be closely linked to income changes. These are more likely to be income-inelastic products. Demand for some products will actually be inversely related to income changes. These are called inferior products. For example, with a fall in income, more people may go on holiday in the UK rather than abroad. This is known as having a staycation. Managers will, therefore, want to estimate the income elasticities of their products and plan accordingly for what might happen given forecasted changes in income. For example, if the economy is expected to grow quickly, the manager of a supermarket may focus on stocking more of the upmarket brands and less of the discount items. Of course, for most businesses these days it is not just UK GDP changes that matter, it is changes in GDP in the various countries where it might sell. Many UK businesses have relatively big export sales and therefore are affected by income changes around the world. Table 11.1. Income elasticity and different types of product. Product income elasticity explanation. Necessity demand is income inelastic. Income elasticity is positive. Any percentage change in GDP leads to a smaller percentage change in quantity demanded. Luxury demand is income elastic. Income elasticity is positive. Any percentage change in GDP leads to a bigger percentage change in quantity demanded. Inferior income elasticity is negative. Any change in GDP leads to a change in quantity demanded in the opposite direction. 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment. 279. GDP forecasts. GDP forecasts are important because of the potential impact of income changes on sales. If the relevant economies are expected to grow fast, this means most managers will be optimistic about sales and this will encourage investment. By comparison, slow growth is likely to lead to less investment as businesses are typically less optimistic about business growth. Any expected change in sales will obviously have implications for staffing, the inventory held, investment, and budgeting. Key concept: Gross Domestic Product, GDP, measures the national income of a country over a year. Analyzing the business data. The Resolution Foundation predicted in 2017 that the UK was to experience its longest fall in living standards since records began in the 1950s. It predicted real disposable incomes would fall for 19 successive quarters. The Resolution Foundation's main focus was on the GDP growth downgrade that had occurred in the budget of that year, which it said put the economy on course to be £42 billion smaller in 2022 than previously expected. The Independent Office for Budget Responsibility, OBR, cut its growth forecast sharply for 2017, from 2% to 1.5%, with growth for the subsequent 5 years forecast to come in well under 2%. In the previous few years the growth rate of the economy had been slow, see figure 11.2. This means that the economy was growing at a slower rate, however, it was still growing. In 2009 the GDP grew at a negative rate. This means the economy got smaller. For example, if GDP grows at 2%, this means the economy is 2% or smaller by the end of the year than at the start. Questions 1. With reference to the data, what do you think is the trend growth rate of the UK economy? 2. How might managers use this information? Analyzing the business data. Figure 11.3 shows a GDP projection that is based on data produced by the Office for National Statistics. The black line shows what actually happened. The future projections have a range of outcomes. The darker shaded area shows the most likely outcome. The lighter the shading, the less likely the outcome, but it is possible that it would still be in this range. Question 1. How might the projections of income shown in figure 11.3 be used by managers? 2. How might these projections affect planning in the different functional areas of a business? Coyle, D. 2015, GDP, A Brief but Affectionate History, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. This book focuses on the history of measuring GDP, what it is, how it is measured, and the strengths and weaknesses of it as a measure. It shows how even small changes in GDP can affect the outcome of major elections, and it questions the value of this measure in the 21st century. 11.1 Doing the business maths. An index shows how much an item has changed relative to a base, or starting point. The base in figure 11.4 was 2010 and this is set at a value of 100. Any change relative to this base will show much productivity has changed since 2010. For example, if UK productivity was 108 in G7 countries, this means it is 8% or more than the base in 2010. G7 countries are a group of 7 industrialized countries: Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States. 2010. 120. Index 100 equals 2010. 110. 100. 90. 80. 1997 2000 2016. UK 1997 to 2007 trend G7 excluding UK G7x UK 1997 to 2007 trend. Figure 11.4 UK productivity slowdown compared, output per hour. Source: Office for National Statistics / Office for Budget Responsibility / BBC. Year GDP Index, base 2016, 2016 100, 2017 120, 2018 90 2019 130. 282. Management task. You are worried about the productivity of your office staff in your insurance business. Outline the steps you might take to improve productivity. Questions 1. How much has GDP changed between 2016 and 2017? 2. How much has GDP changed between 2016 and 2018? 3. How much has GDP changed between 2016 and 2019? 4. How much has GDP changed between 2018 and 2019? 11.1 Business Insight, National Productivity Investment Fund. Governments are usually eager for their economies to grow. This is because it means its citizens are generally better off and therefore are more likely to elect them again. If they are not growing, governments want to know why and what they can do about it. The UK economy has been growing slowly in recent years. One of the key issues holding back incomes in the UK is the slow pace of productivity growth, which is predicted to be down by an average of 0.7% a year up to 2023. In 2017, the UK Chancellor, Philip Hammond, tried to address the productivity problem by increasing the National Productivity Investment Fund, NPIF. This was launched in 2016 to provide additional investment in housing, infrastructure, and research and development. The 2017 budget increased the size of the NPIF from £23 billion to £31 billion. The government also increased the research and development, R&D, expenditure credit, which is effectively tax relief for companies doing R&D. Source: www.gov.uk/government/autumn-statement-2016-documents/autumn statement-2016. Question: how do you think improving productivity increases a country's income? 11.2 Doing the business maths. Remember that fast growth is a lot easier if the starting point is relatively low. If you earn £7 an hour and then start to earn £14, this is a 100% increase in earnings, even though in absolute terms it is a £7 difference. If you were earning £700 an hour, you would need an increase of £700 for this to be 100%. The UK is a large economy already, and therefore fast growth would require very significant increases in income. China has been growing very fast in recent years, but the bigger it gets as an economy, the more difficult this gets. 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment. 283. In the table, the absolute change in national income is greater for country B than country A. However, this is a smaller percentage change as national income was much bigger to start with. Country C has a much bigger absolute change than B or A. Again, this is a smaller percentage change because it is a much bigger economy. 11.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. If GDP increases, demand for necessities will fall. B. If GDP increases, demand for inferior goods will fall. C. GDP measures the number of goods produced in an economy in a year. D. If GDP increases, demand for luxury goods will fall. Complete the table. Inflation. Inflation occurs when there is a sustained increase in the general prices of goods and services. For example, if inflation is 2%, this means that prices, in general, are increasing by 2% over the year. Inflation will affect a business in many ways. For example, it may affect costs, wage demands, and the ability for a business to increase its prices. Measuring inflation. Every month, the UK's Office for National Statistics, ONS, collects around 180,000 separate prices of about 700 items covering everything from food and drink to clothes, furniture, and train fares. This basket of goods is used to calculate the Consumer Price Index, CPI. The ONS publishes an updated rate every month. This is the inflation measure used in the UK government's inflation reports. The index is a weighted index. This means that changes in the prices of some things have more impact than others on the final outcome, they have a greater weight. The weighting depends on the relative importance of a product in the overall shopping basket, i.e. what proportion of the spending is on this product. Country A, Country B, Country C. Year 1 GDP, Pound BN, 5,500 5,000. Year 2 GDP, Pound BN, 6,500 and 55,250. Absolute change, Pound BN, 1050 250% change. 284. Table 11.2 shows an example of the calculations used in preparing the CPI. Taking account of the relative importance of items in the typical shopping basket by assigning a weight to each item, the weighted index is 104.4. This means inflation for the year is 4.4%. Although some products have experienced much higher inflation, e.g. the price of D has increased by 10% and E by 20%, these are not especially significant items in the basket. The key item, B, which accounts for 50% of spending and so has a high weight, increased by only 2% in price. Taking account of the relative importance of items, the overall effect is a 4.4% increase in the general price level. Key concept. The Consumer Price Index is a weighted index which measures inflation over a given period in the UK. 11.3 Doing the business maths. Calculate the rate of inflation using the table. Item weighting out of 100. Index last year. Index this year. Weighted index. A 20 100 106. B 30 100 107. C 10 100 101. D 25 100 110. E 15 100 130. Total equals 100. Inflation may be caused by too much demand in the economy relative to the available supply. The total demand for final goods and services is called aggregate demand. If this is growing faster than the total supply in the economy, which is called aggregate supply, this pulls up prices. Alternatively, rising prices may be caused by costs rising, perhaps due to rising import costs or higher wages not linked to any productivity gains. Higher costs push up prices in the economy. Key concepts. Aggregate demand is the total demand for final goods and services in an economy. Aggregate supply is the total supply of final goods and services in an economy. The aggregate supply curve is generally upward sloping. To produce more and use more scarce resources, higher prices are needed. At full employment, the economy is operating at its potential given its existing resources. The supply curve is vertical because no more can be produced even if prices increase. At this level of output, the economy is operating at its capacity. An increase in aggregate demand will pull up prices and output. Businesses will produce more but will need higher prices to cover the higher resource costs needed to increase output. At full employment, more demand will simply pull up prices because output cannot increase. An increase in costs means that higher prices are needed to produce any output and this shifts the aggregate supply upwards. This increases prices in the economy, leading to inflation. 11.4 Doing the business maths. Inflation may mean that the input costs of a business are increasing and that employees may demand higher rewards to compensate for the higher prices that result from inflation, as shown in Table 11.3, this would further increase costs. Faced with higher costs, managers must decide if they can pass these on to customers in the form of higher prices or whether they need to absorb these via lower profit margins. Views about inflation in the future will also affect consumer spending. If consumers think prices will increase significantly in the future, they may spend now. If consumers think prices may fall, this is called deflation, they may save now and cut back on spending, hoping to benefit from lower prices later. Notice how important expectations are. The spending of consumers and businesses is influenced by what they think is going to happen in the future. What also matters is how much people's incomes are going up compared to inflation. Real income measures the purchasing power of someone's income. It considers what happens to someone's income in relation to prices. Real income increases if purchasing power increases, income rises faster than prices. Real income decreases if prices are increasing faster than incomes. Understanding what inflation is likely to be is critical to budgeting. Managers must anticipate what costs might be, and how much it might be realistic to increase prices by. Key concepts. Inflation occurs when there is a sustained increase in the general prices of goods and services. Deflation occurs when there is a fall in the general price level. Real income shows nominal income adjusted for inflation to show its purchasing power. 11.5 Doing the business maths. It is important to take inflation into account to appreciate what is happening in real terms. If your income increases 2% but when you come to spend this additional money you find that prices have generally increased by 3%, this means that in real terms you are worse off. You are the manager of a hotel, faced with rising prices of inputs. Discuss the actions you could take to improve the profitability of your hotel. 11.2 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Inflation measures the standard of living. B. A fall in inflation means prices are falling. C. Inflation is measured by a weighted index. D. If nominal wages increase faster than inflation, real wages increase. Source: Office for National Statistics, BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-423200052. 288. Inflation forecasting. The Bank of England produces a quarterly inflation report which includes forecasts of inflation, as shown in figure 11.6. Given that this is a forecast, the bank cannot be absolutely sure what the rate will be and so produces a set of outcomes with differing levels of confidence. The lighter shading covers a wider range of possible outcomes, meaning that the bank is more confident that the actual result will lie within this range. The darker shading shows the range where the bank think inflation is likely to be, but it cannot be as confident of this because it is a smaller range. Note that the range widens the further ahead we are looking. This is because there is greater uncertainty and so a wider range of possible outcomes must be shown. 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment. 289. 11.3 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Inflation may occur if demand is too low. B. Inflation may be caused by higher costs. C. Inflation is a measure of economic growth. D. Deflation occurs when inflation is negative. Research task. Research inflation rates in the UK compared to another country. Analyze the possible impact of the differences in inflation rates on businesses in these countries. Management task. You are the manager of a UK food delivery business. UK inflation next year is forecast to increase to 3%. Outline how might this affect your business. 11.2 Business insight: slow wage growth in the UK. According to a recent study by the Institute of Fiscal Studies, average UK earnings in 2022 may be less than in 2008. Since 2014, growth in earnings has been very slow and this is predicted to continue in the next few years. Although employment in the UK increased between 2007 and 2017, real earnings fell, as shown in figure 11.7. Lord Adair Turner, the Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, is responsible in the UK for controlling inflation and keeping it at a certain level. It had a target of 2% in mid-2018. To achieve its target, the MPC sets interest rates, which will be discussed in the next section. The rate set by the MPC, known as the base rate, determines the rate at which it will lend to banks. Changes to the interest rate affect the cost of borrowing and therefore spending. This affects demand and the likelihood of demand, which in turn affect inflation. Interest rates. The interest rate is the cost of borrowing money and the reward for saving. For example, if the interest rate is 3%, this means it costs 3% to borrow money, or again that individuals or businesses will receive a 3% return on saving. What is the impact on business of an increase in interest rates? An increase in interest rates will increase the cost of borrowing. This will particularly affect the demand for goods and services that people tend to buy on credit or borrow money to purchase. For example, houses are often bought with a mortgage and involve large sums of money, so demand for housing is likely to be very sensitive to interest rate changes. Similarly, when buying a car, many people will borrow to finance the purchase, and so changes in the interest rate are likely to have a noticeable impact on demand. Given that most people in the UK have some form of borrowing, whether it be a mortgage, credit cards, or an overdraft, a change in interest rates will affect their disposable income and their spending. Higher interest rates will reduce disposable income and spending on goods and services generally. This would reduce demand and therefore reduce the upward pressure on prices. Key concept: the interest rate is the cost of borrowing money and the reward for saving. Former head of the UK's Low Pay Commission said that this meant the capitalist system was no longer delivering on its promise to deliver higher earnings for people, discussed further in Chapter 7, Business Insight 7.1. Questions A. Comment on the impact of the changes in earnings and prices on real earnings. B. Why do you think earnings were not keeping pace with inflation in 2017? C. What might be the implications for business of an increase in real earnings? 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment 291. The impact of interest rate changes will depend on the extent to which businesses and households have debt. At the moment, for example, around a third of UK households have a mortgage on their home, and so many people will be affected by interest rate changes. However, most of these loans are on a fixed rate, so any change in interest rates would not have an immediate effect. Higher interest rates would take effect here when the original loan came to an end and the contract had to be renegotiated. The other main form of borrowing by households is consumer credit or student loans. Again, these are generally on fixed rates, so, again, a change in interest rates would take time to have any effect. When will the Bank of England change interest rates? Being able to anticipate when the Bank of England is going to change interest rates would be valuable to managers. They could then estimate the impact on spending in their sector and their own borrowing costs. The Governor of the Bank of England will make statements about the economy, and this may indicate the likelihood of changes in the future. The decision about whether to change the interest rate and, if so, how much to change it by is made by the Monetary Policy Committee. This group meets monthly to review the situation. When they meet, they are looking ahead to what inflation might be in the coming months. They are also trying to estimate the effect of any change in interest rates, how long this would take to work its way through the economy, and what other changes to the economy might take place in the meantime. This means the job of the Monetary Policy Committee is a difficult one because of the likely time lag before any change takes effect and the many changes that could occur in the economy in that time. It also means that anticipating when changes are going to occur is not easy for business. Gearing. The impact of any change in interest rates on the costs of a business is likely to be linked to how much borrowing it has. This is measured by its gearing ratio. The long-term funds raised by a business are known as its capital employed. The sources of these funds include retained profits kept by the business rather than paid out to shareholders as dividends. Issued share capital companies raise funds by selling shares. Long-term borrowing with a loan. A business borrows money and agrees to repay over a fixed period with interest. Capital employed is made up of retained profit plus issued share capital plus loans. Gearing measures loans as a proportion of capital employed. There are different ways of calculating this, such as long-term borrowing divided by capital employed, times 100. 292. High gearing occurs if a high proportion of capital employed is borrowed. This may mean the business faces relatively high interest payments. The risk of borrowing is that no matter what the profits of the business are, even if profits fall, interest payments have to be paid. By comparison, if profits are lower, managers might suggest that dividends are lowered rather than becoming committed to interest payments. 11.6 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. Comment on the absolute level of borrowing and the gearing of each business relative to the others. Business A, Business B, Business C. Long-term loans £10 million, £20 million, £20 million. Capital employed £50 million, £200 million, £25 million. Gearing percent. Management task. You are the manager of a family business. You need to raise £10 million. Should you try and borrow from a bank or try to raise money from selling shares? Justify your view. 11.3 Business Insight. Carillion. Carillion is a construction and services business. It had many government contracts such as providing food at schools, providing homes for the armed forces, and big public sector projects such as redeveloping Battersea Power Station. In 2018 it went into liquidation. This means the court appointed officials to raise money to repay creditors. Carillion had been predicted to have accumulated a debt of around £1 billion by 2017, see figure 11.8. In the event, Carillion's debt was over £1.5 billion by the time of liquidation. Over a third of Carillion's business was with the government. The government has been keen to award contracts to the lowest bidder, and some say this meant that Carillion bid for contracts at such low prices that it was not able to make a profit. Its managers wanted the business to grow fast, so they borrowed to finance its expansion and win new contracts. This increased its costs. Source: BBC, http://www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-426666275. Questions 1. Why would Carillion's managers want fast growth? 2. Why would they have borrowed to grow? 3. Why does debt add risk to growth? 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment 293. 11.7 Doing the business maths. Diageo is a global leader in alcohol products with world-famous brands such as Johnnie Walker, Bell's, J&B, Captain Morgan, Smirnoff, and Guinness. The table shows extracts from its accounts. 294. Unemployment. Unemployment is measured by the number of people who are out of work but who are actively seeking employment and are able to accept a job at a given time. The unemployment rate measures unemployment as a percentage of the workforce. Managers may be interested in the unemployment rate because it may be an indication of demand in the economy. It will also affect how easy it is likely to be to recruit staff and the likelihood of a demand for higher wages. Measuring unemployment. Unemployment can be measured in different ways, including the following. The claimant count. This measures the number of individuals who are actually claiming unemployment-related benefits at any moment. This is a relatively straightforward figure to gather, but it may be misleading because governments can change the conditions under which people can claim such benefits. It is therefore open to abuse by governments because, to reduce unemployment figures, they can simply make claiming more difficult. The Labor Force Survey, LFS. This measure of unemployment is based on interviews with people to count those who want to work, but who are not employed. This is now the official way of measuring unemployment in the UK. Types of unemployment. There are many types of unemployment. Some people are simply between jobs, some work in seasonal industries, some are unemployed because their industry is in decline, but another cause may be the lack of demand in the economy. Unemployment may be caused by a lack of demand. It is also likely to lead to less demand because people who are unemployed are likely to have less spending power. Unemployment will also be of interest because it will influence the supply of labor. With more people unemployed, it may be easier to recruit and there may be less upward pressure on wages, because people will not want to price themselves out of work. High levels of unemployment may mean that more people actively approach your business for work and that you need to do less to recruit the people you need. However, What really matters is where the unemployment is occurring. 11.4 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. High interest rates are likely to encourage saving. B. Low interest rates are likely to encourage borrowing. C. Capital employed is measured by cash plus profit. D. High gearing means a business has a relatively high proportion of borrowed funds. 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment 295. And what skills and experience those unemployed actually have. Unemployment may be relatively high in the UK as a whole, but that does not necessarily mean that it is high in your area or for the type of job where you need staff. It may be the case that a business is not recruiting but is having to make redundancies. Redundancies occur when employees lose their jobs because of a lack of demand. These jobs no longer exist. This is different from dismissal, which occurs when people lose their jobs because they are not competent to do them. Making redundancies is, of course, not easy on a personal level, but on a practical level it can be difficult as well. For example, when deciding who needs to be made redundant, this must be done in a way which meets several legal requirements and which is not based on the ability of the individuals. They are not losing their jobs because of their capability but because the demand for their work is reduced or has disappeared. One way commonly used to select those to make redundant is called last in first out. This means that those who joined most recently are the first to be asked to leave. More redundancies would add to the number unemployed. Key concepts. Unemployment is measured by the number of people who are out of work but who are actively seeking employment and are able to accept a job. The unemployment rate measures unemployment as a percentage of the workforce. Analyzing the data. Source: adapted from www.economic-financial-indicators/2018/06/28/output prices-and-jobs. Questions. Discuss the significance of the data above for UK and local businesses. Exchange rate. What is the exchange rate? The exchange rate is the price of one currency in terms of another, for example, the price of a pound in terms of US dollars or euros. There will be many different exchange rates because the pound is traded against many different currencies. Influences on the exchange rate. The demand for a currency may increase for a number of reasons such as higher domestic interest rates, a belief among speculators that it will increase further in the future, so they are buying now, or increased demand for UK goods and services, perhaps because of higher overseas incomes. This means that at the existing exchange rate there is excess demand. The exchange rate will increase, reducing the quantity demanded and increasing the quantity supplied until a new equilibrium is reached. The supply of a currency may increase for a number of reasons, such as higher interest rates overseas leading to an outflow of the currency, a belief among speculators that it will decrease further in the future, so they are selling now, or increased demand for overseas products, perhaps because of higher UK incomes. This means that at the existing exchange rate there is excess supply. The exchange rate will decrease, increasing the quantity demanded and decreasing the quantity supplied until a new equilibrium is reached. 11.5 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. High unemployment may be caused by less demand. B. High unemployment may be caused by higher wages. C. Lower government spending is likely to reduce unemployment. D. Unemployment may be reduced by more training. Why does the exchange rate matter? The exchange rate is important because it influences the price of a product abroad and because it affects the purchasing power of a pound in other countries. Many. Change in currency market conditions. Effect on value of currency. Effect on quantity of currency traded. Increased demand increases. Decreased demand decreases. Increased supply decreases. Decreased supply increases. 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment 297. Businesses have overseas customers, and so the price of their products abroad matters to their sales. Also, many businesses buy supplies indirectly from abroad, or they use supplies which themselves involve overseas elements, so that somewhere in the supply chain products or services are bought in from abroad. This means the purchasing power of the pound abroad will affect the costs of inputs. The exchange rate is a particular concern for managers because it is out of their control. The exchange rate may increase or decrease in value, and managers have to plan for and react to this. They cannot directly do anything to make the exchange rate rise or fall. Key concept: the exchange rate is the price of one currency in terms of another. 11.6 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. The exchange rate measures A. the standard of living, B. the cost of living, C. the value of one currency in terms of another, D. the level of national income. What is the impact of the pound rising in value? If the pound rises in value, it is becoming more expensive in terms of foreign currency. This means that UK products would be more expensive abroad and sales are likely to fall. The amount they fall will depend on how sensitive demand is to price. Managers may try to respond to this by finding ways to cut costs. This would enable them to lower the UK price and therefore keep the prices abroad the same. However, cutting costs is not necessarily easy and may have a knock-on effect in terms of quality. A strong pound is, therefore, likely to be unfavorable for exporters. However, a strong pound means that managers who are looking to buy products from abroad will not need to spend as much in pounds. 1 pound will buy more foreign currency, and so fewer pounds are needed for any given amount of spending in terms of foreign currency. This means that a strong pound is generally favorable for importers. As a result, costs should be lower, and this can feed through into higher profit margins, or it may lead to lower prices. Management task. How might a rise in the value of your currency against others affect your business? 298. What is the impact of a lower exchange rate? If the exchange rate falls, this means the pound is weaker and has less purchasing power. The effect of this is to make UK exports cheaper, and this should increase sales, although the effect may take some time to work through, as buyers abroad may be contracted to domestic businesses already, so cannot easily switch. The price of imports will increase, all other factors unchanged, because more pounds will be needed to pay the price in foreign currency. This increases costs, which can reduce profit margins or lead to higher prices. Faced with this, managers will look to find lower price suppliers, perhaps domestically, or find ways of reducing other costs. In 2017, many UK supermarkets were hit by the effect of a weak, low pound, which made their imported products more expensive. Given the state of the economy, they did not feel they could pass on this increase, so their profit margins were squeezed. 11.8 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. Time period 1. Time period 2. Time period 3. Exchange rate: 1 pound equals $1, 1 pound equals $2, 1 pound equals 90 cents. Price of 100 pounds. UK item in US dollar. Comment: the pound is worth more in dollars than last period. All other things being equal, this makes UK goods more expensive in dollars. UK exports are likely to suffer. The pound is worth less in dollars than in period 1. All other things being equal, this makes UK goods less expensive in dollars. UK exports are likely to increase. Price of US $45 good when bought in pounds. Comment: the pound is worth more in dollars than last period. All other things being equal, this makes US goods cheaper in pounds, i.e. more competitive. UK imports from the US are likely to increase, and UK costs from US products are lower. The pound is worth less in dollars than in period 1. All other things being equal, this makes US goods more expensive in pounds, i.e. less competitive. UK imports cost more. Question: what can managers do about exchange rate changes? 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment. 299. Managers need to consider possible exchange rate changes and their impact on demand and costs. To avoid the impact of changes in the exchange rate, they might try to agree contracts that lock them into prices for a given period. For example, they might use a contract to fix the price they pay for supplies from abroad and set the price in pounds if they can negotiate this deal. Managers may also hedge against currency changes. A foreign exchange hedge, also called a forex hedge, is a method used by companies to eliminate or hedge the risk of foreign exchange rate movements. Key concept: a foreign exchange hedge, also called a forex hedge, is a method used by companies to eliminate or hedge the risk of foreign exchange rate movements. Hedging against currency changes. Imagine you want to buy products in from the US in 6 months' time. The exchange rate today is pound $1 1.50 and the items you buy are priced at $150. This means at today's exchange rate, the price would be £100. If, however, the pound weakened in the future, making the exchange rate pound $1, the price would increase to £150. What you could do is agree now to buy currency in 6 months' time at a price of, say, pound $1 1.50. That way you know you will be paying £100 per item in the future for the $150 items. If the actual future exchange rate turns out to be pound $1, you will have made a good deal, because you have saved money, as you would have needed £150 to buy the items from the US. However, if the actual exchange rate turns out to be pound $1 then you could have bought these products for £75, you have paid more than you would have had to without the advance agreement, but you gained yourself the peace of mind of knowing in advance what you would be paying. Of course, to be able to fix this price with someone you need to find someone who has a different view of how the exchange rate will change. You want to fix it at pound $1 1.50 thinking you may do better than the actual rate in the future. For someone to sell at this rate, they think the market rate will be e.g. pound $1 so they can give you $1.50 for every pound you want when they are getting $2 on the actual market and making 50 cents profit each time. The exchange rate is a particularly significant risk because of the volatility that can occur in these markets. The exchange rate changes very regularly, and this increases the risk of trading abroad. Research task. Research the changes that have occurred in the pound exchange rate against one other currency in the last 5 years. Can you explain the changes in the value? Select a business that would have been affected by these changes and analyze the possible impact of the currency movements. 311.7 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A strong pound means that the pound has fallen in value against other currencies. B. A strong pound means that the pound has risen in value against other currencies. C. A strong pound increases the price of exports in terms of foreign currencies, other factors unchanged. D. A strong pound increases the UK price of exports, other factors unchanged. Business case questions, can you now answer? 1. How do you think the economy affects the costs of Marks & Spencer and the demand for its products? 2. How might economic change affect Marks & Spencer's strategy? Research task. Research the current position of the UK economy in terms of the following variables: GDP growth, inflation, unemployment rate, trade position. Summary table of macroeconomic factors. Macroeconomic factor will affect GDP, purchasing power, demand. Inflation rate, costs of inputs, demands for wages, investment planning, pricing, interest rates, costs of borrowing, reward for saving, costs, demand. Unemployment rate, purchasing power of those out of work, and therefore demand. The supply of labor creates more available supply, which may bring wages down. Exchange rate, cost of imported inputs, which affects costs. Price of imported competitor products, which affects demand. Export prices abroad changing with exchange rates, which affects demand. 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment. 301. The interest rate, the exchange rate. Discuss the possible effects of these variables on a UK-based business. Summary. Businesses operate within the macroeconomic environment. Many elements of this environment, such as inflation, GDP, unemployment, and exchange rates, can impact on the costs and revenues of a business. Managers need to understand these macroeconomic factors and how they can affect their business. Changes in this environment can affect all aspects of managing a business, such as staffing decisions, inventory levels, choosing what products to develop, marketing strategies, capacity utilization levels, and financial planning. Key learning points. GDP is the gross domestic product, which is a measure of national income in a country over a year. Inflation measures an increase in the general price level. Deflation is a decrease in the general price level. An interest rate is the cost of borrowing and a reward for saving. Higher interest rates are likely to encourage saving and discourage borrowing. Unemployment measures the number of people who are able and willing to accept a job at the given real wage, but who are not currently employed. Business case extension questions. 1. Visit the Marks & Spencer website. Can you find examples of each of the strategies in the Ansoff matrix discussed in Chapter 10? 2. Which of Marks & Spencer's product categories are most likely to be income elastic and which are likely to be relatively income inelastic, do you think? Explain your answers. 3. Which of the Marks & Spencer's product categories are most likely to be price elastic and which are likely to be relatively price inelastic, do you think? Explain your answers. 302. 4. Look at the most recent annual report for Marks & Spencer plc. Analyze the micro and macroeconomic factors that are identified in its business environment. 5. Look at the most recent annual report for a competitor of Marks & Spencer. Analyze the micro and macroeconomic factors that are identified in its business environment. Compare and contrast your findings with your results for Marks & Spencer. Quick questions. 1. Why can economic growth can be important for business? 2. What is the difference between inflation and deflation? 3. How can inflation affect a business? 4. How can changes in interest rates affect the profits of a business? 5. How can changes in exchange rates affect the profits of a business? 6. How can changes in unemployment affect a business? 7. Why does gearing matter? 8. What is the Consumer Price Index? 9. What is hedging? 10. What is the difference between nominal and real income? Government macroeconomic policy and business. Chapter 12. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain what is meant by fiscal policy, explain what is meant by a budget, analyze why government fiscal policy is important to business, explain what is meant by monetary policy, analyze the effects of monetary policy changes on business, explain what is meant by supply-side policies, explain what is meant by an exchange rate policy. Why do I need to know about macroeconomic policy? You have been considering investing in new production facilities. You have estimated the likely revenues and costs in order to calculate the possible profits and decide whether it would be worthwhile. You have considered the funds required to finance this expansion and the return you will make on this investment. You have compared this with the cost of borrowing and have just decided it is viable to go ahead with this project. Just as you were about to press the green button to go ahead, you get the news that Bank of England has increased the base rate, discussed in Chapter 11. A quick call to your own bank and you discover you will now have to pay more for your loan. These additional costs now mean the returns from the investment will not be high enough to satisfy your investors. The deal is off. Changes in the economic environment can have an effect on business decisions. Managers must understand this environment and how the government may change its economic policy to achieve its objectives. It should then try to plan accordingly. In this chapter, we consider how government economic policy can affect managers' decisions. 304. Business case. In 2017 the UK government announced its plan for Britain. This was partly in response to Brexit. The government wanted to show it was planning for what might happen when the UK left the European Union. In the foreword, Prime Minister Theresa May wrote that it was a plan to shape a new future for the kind of country we will be when we have left. It is a plan to build a stronger, fairer Britain that works for everyone, not just the privileged few. May went on to write, "It will help to deliver a stronger economy and a fairer society where wealth and opportunity are spread across every community in our United Kingdom, not just the most prosperous places in London and the South East. It will help our young people to develop the skills they need to do the high-paid, high-skilled jobs of the future. And it will back Britain for the long term, creating the conditions where successful businesses can emerge and grow, and backing them to invest in the long-term future of Britain. Underpinning this strategy is a new approach to government, not just stepping back and leaving business to get on with the job, but stepping up to a new, active role that backs business and ensures more people in all corners of the country share in the benefits of its success. This active government will build on Britain's strategic strengths and tackle our underlying weaknesses, like low productivity. This is vital because if we want to increase our overall prosperity, if we want more people to share in that prosperity, if we want higher real wages, and if we want more opportunities for young people to get on, we have to raise our productivity. Through this new approach we will move beyond short-term thinking to focus on the big decisions that will deliver long-term, sustainable success. The introduction, written by Greg Clark, Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, said, "British excellence in key technologies, professions, research disciplines and institutions provides us with crucial competitive advantages. But we cannot take them for granted. If other countries invest more in research and development, and we do not, then we cannot expect to keep, let alone extend, our technological lead in key sectors or the world-beating performance of our universities. The same goes for our record as Europe's leading destination for inward investment or our position as a center of international finance. Our competitors are not standing still. They are upgrading infrastructure networks and reforming systems of governance. Therefore we too must strive for improvement. In industrial sectors from automotive and aerospace to financial and professional services and the creative industries, the UK has built a global reputation. But the competition for new investment is fierce and unending. The conditions that have allowed UK investment destinations to succeed include the availability of supportive research programs, relevant skills in local labor markets and capable supply chains. However, for continuing success, these foundations must be maintained and strengthened. 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 305. The second challenge is to ensure that every place meets its potential by working to close the gap between our best performing companies, industries, places, and people and those which are less productive. For all the progress of more people going to university than ever before, too many people do not have the education and skills they need to be able to command a good wage. We have more university graduates than the OECD average, but also more people with low levels of literacy and numeracy. We must address these long tails of underperformance if we are to build a strong economy and ensure sustainable growth in living standards. The third challenge is to make the UK one of the most competitive places in the world to start or to grow a business. A fatal flaw of 1970s-style industrial strategies was the dominant focus on existing industries and the companies within them, and then mostly the biggest firms. Too often they became strategies of incumbency. It is worth noting that many of the most important companies in the world today did not even exist 25 years ago. Unlike in the past, industrial strategy must be about creating the right conditions for new and growing enterprise to thrive, not protecting the position of incumbents. Source: vice.gov.uk.citizensspace.com/strategy/supporting_documents building industrial strategy green paper.pdf. Business case questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. 1. What does the UK government set out as its macro objectives? 2. What challenges does the UK economy face? 3. What does the UK government think it can do to help business and the economy? 4. Do you think the UK government should get involved in industrial strategy? Government objectives and policies. Governments will have micro and macro objectives. Micro objectives refer to specific markets. For example, the government may want to reduce the consumption of tobacco and sugar. It may want to make the banking sector more financially stable and more competitive. The macroeconomic objectives usually include economic growth, stable prices, low unemployment, and a healthy trade position. To achieve these objectives, a government will use a range of policies, figure 12.1. These policies are aimed at the levels of demand and supply in the economy. Sometimes a particular policy may help achieve more than one objective. For example, boosting demand may help increase income in the economy and reduce unemployment. However, policies aimed at one objective may adversely affect another. More spending may pull up prices, for example. 306. Government fiscal policy. The fiscal policy of a government refers to its spending plans and its taxation and benefits system. The UK government's fiscal policy is administered by the Treasury, which is led by the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Each year the Chancellor announces the government's spending plans and taxation and benefits policy in a budget statement. The budget sets out the expenditure plan of the government and the ways in which it expects to raise money. In the budget statement, the government will announce new policies. Managers will want to analyze the effects of any budget statement because of its direct impact on their businesses and its impact on their customers. The government's budget position. The budget position of a government refers to the difference between its spending and its revenue from taxation over a given period. If the revenue is greater than the spending over a given period, there is a surplus. This is rare. If the spending is greater than the revenue over a given period, there is a budget deficit, figure 12.2. This is common. Fiscal policy. Monetary policy. Supply-side policy. Exchange rate policy. Government policies. Figure 12.1. Types of government policy. Government spending. Government revenue. Deficit. Figure 12.2. A budget deficit. 12. Government macroeconomic policy and business. 307. Government spending takes many forms. It includes local government spending by councils, for example, on local services and facilities, central government spending, for example, on defense and the National Health Service. Public sector spending can also be analyzed in terms of how much goes on operating, day-to-day, expenditure and how much goes on capital expenditure, which is investment for the future. Key concept. The budget position of a government refers to the difference between its spending and its revenue from taxation over a given period. Analyzing the business data. 1. Can you suggest why the budget figures change from the spring to autumn budgets? 2. What might explain the forecasted changes in the spring and autumn budget positions in the coming years? The UK government spends hundreds of billions of pounds each year on goods and services. This means that the government is a major consumer within the economy and therefore is very important to many businesses. Cutbacks in education spending, for example, would affect businesses that supply furniture for schools and colleges, general supplies such as photocopying paper, recruitment agencies, teacher training colleges, textbooks publishers, and so on. Equally, increases in government spending will create new opportunities for sales. Greater spending on defense, for example, creates demand for new military equipment. The multiplier. When considering the effect of changes in government spending, it is important to examine not only the direct impact on supplies but also the trickle-down effect of the demand throughout the supply chain. If demand increases for new hospitals. Analyzing the business data. Looking at figure 12.4, what are the three biggest areas of UK government, public sector, spending in 2018-19? Do you think more should be spent in these areas? What might be the consequences of this? Figure 12.4 UK public sector spending, 2018-19. Net debt interest £41 billion other, including EU transactions, £53 billion. Public order and safety £35 billion. Housing and environment £31 billion. Transport £35 billion. Defence £49 billion. Education £102 billion. Health £155 billion. Personal social services £32 billion. Social protection £252 billion. Industry, agriculture, and employment £23 billion. Source: www.gov.uk/government/autumn-budget-2017-documents/autumn-budget-2017. 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 309. This creates demand for construction businesses. These companies then demand construction materials, which also creates demand for logistics businesses to move material around. Meanwhile, there will be more employees, or higher earnings for employees in these businesses. These employees will be spending their money on goods and services, and this will stimulate a whole range of other sectors. Any change in government spending therefore has a multiplied effect. The term the multiplier refers to how much greater the overall effect of a change in government spending is on the overall income of the economy. Key concept: the multiplier measures how much national income increases relative to an initial change in demand, e.g. caused by a change in government spending. The size of the multiplier depends on how much income is used for further spending at any stage. This depends on what is called the marginal propensity to consume, MPC. The MPC measures how much of each extra pound is spent on consumption. For example, if the MPC is 0.5, this means 50 pence out of each pound is spent on consumption. If the government spends £100 million on a project, this becomes the income of those doing the work, e.g. those renovating the government building. If the MPC is 0.5, then £50 million will be spent on further consumption, e.g. the business buying materials and employees spending their earnings. The people who earn this £50 million will also spend some of it on other goods and services. If the MPC is still 0.5, they would spend 0.5 times £50 million equals £25 million. The process would continue, so the initial £100 million of spending leads to £100 million plus £50 million plus £25 million plus. And these rounds of spending continue. Imagine that the MPC was higher at 0.8. This would mean that more of any income was spent at each stage, and this would lead to a bigger multiplier effect. If an initial £100 million was spent, this would lead to £100 million plus £80 million plus £64 million plus. The bigger the MPC, the bigger the multiplier, because more is spent at each stage of spending. Key concept: the marginal propensity to consume measures the extra spending on consumption out of each extra pound. 310. Taxation. The government raises funds from taxes. There are various forms of tax in the UK. Direct taxes are taxes placed directly on earnings. For example, UK income earners pay income tax, UK businesses pay tax on their profits. Indirect taxes are taxes paid when a household or business buys a product. For example, consumers will pay value-added tax, VAT, on many products. The producer is responsible for paying this to the government but tries to pass the cost on to the buyers. Direct taxes will affect the income and wealth of consumers and other businesses. This will affect their ability and willingness to buy products. Indirect taxes will directly affect a business, as they will have to charge them to consumers. This will affect their sales. The scale of the impact depends on how sensitive demand is to price. 12.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. An increase in government spending may lead to a bigger increase in income due to the multiplier. B. The marginal propensity to consume measures total consumption spending relative to total income. C. The multiplier will be bigger if the marginal propensity to consume increases. Analyzing the business data. Figure 12.5 UK Public Sector Current Receipts, 2018 to 19. Other non-taxes £51 billion. Other taxes £86 billion. Council tax £34 billion. Business rates £30 billion. VAT £145 billion. Corporation tax £55 billion. Excise duties £49 billion. National insurance contributions £134 billion. Income tax £185 billion. Source: Office for Budget Responsibility, www.gov.uk/government/publications/autumn-budget 2017-autumn-budget-2017. 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 311. The uses of tax. Taxes will be used by the government in various ways: to raise revenue, to finance its spending, to change consumers' and firms' behavior, e.g. to make some products, such as cigarettes, more expensive and less desirable, to make foreign products less competitive, to redistribute income. Business and tax. From the perspective of a business, tax can affect both its demand and its costs. Higher income tax, for example, may reduce consumers' spending power and so reduce demand. Meanwhile, higher taxes on foreign products may increase costs, and higher taxes payable by employees may lead to more demands for higher wages. Paying benefits. The government will pay benefits to some groups in society, for example, to those who are pensioners or who are unemployed. Benefits help to protect certain groups and to redistribute income to increase the earnings of low-income groups. In 2013, the UK began to introduce the Universal Credit Scheme. This brought together many different benefits. The aim was to simplify the system and ensure that no one is better off not working than they would be if they were in employment. Questions 1. What were the three largest sources of tax revenue in the UK in 2018 to 19? 2. What do you think would be the impact on business if the government tried to raise more money through corporation tax? What about if it increased the income tax rate? 12.1 Business Insight, the Treasury. The following is an extract from the About page of the UK Treasury website. Responsibilities. We are responsible for public spending, including departmental spending, public sector pay and pension, annually managed expenditure, AIM, and welfare policy, and capital investment financial services policy, including banking and financial services regulation, financial stability, and ensuring competitiveness in the city. 312. Strategic oversight of the UK tax system, including direct, indirect, business, property, personal tax, and corporation tax, the delivery of infrastructure projects across the public sector and facilitating private sector investment into UK infrastructure, ensuring the economy is growing sustainably. Priorities. Our priorities are: achieving strong and sustainable growth, reducing the deficit and rebalancing the economy, spending taxpayers' money responsibly, creating a simpler, fairer tax system, creating stronger and safer banks, making corporate taxes more competitive, making it easier for people to access and use financial services, improving regulation of the financial sector to protect customers and the economy. Objectives. Our objectives are: 1. Place the public finances on a sustainable footing. 2. Ensure the stability of the macroeconomic environment and financial system, enabling strong, sustainable and balanced growth. 3. Increase employment and productivity, and ensure strong growth and competitiveness across all regions of the UK. Source: www.gov.uk/government/organisation/hum-treasury. Question. Explain why Treasury decisions are so important to businesses. 12.2 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Fiscal policy involves the use of interest rates. B. Lower taxation rates are likely to increase demand in the economy. C. An increase in government spending may be used to reduce unemployment. D. An increase in government spending may cause inflation. 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 313. The income tax paid and the benefits available to the unemployed will affect the incentive to work. Higher income tax rates or lower bands at which different rates take effect may reduce the incentive to work, affecting the size of the labor force. Business case questions, can you now answer? 1. What does the UK government set out as its macroeconomic objectives? 2. What challenges does the UK economy face? 3. What does the UK government think it can do to help business and the economy? 12.1 Doing the business maths. When analyzing the effect of direct taxes such as income tax and corporation tax, on profits, you need to consider the rate of tax, e.g. 20%, and the tax thresholds, i.e. at what level of earnings different tax rates have to be paid. For example, the rule might be that you can earn £20,000 tax-free and then start paying 20% on earnings above that, or that you could only earn £5,000 before starting to pay tax. In the UK income tax system, as you earn more you enter into higher tax bands, with the higher rate of tax paid on the earnings within that band. This is known as a progressive taxation system. If someone earns £50,000 in this system, the first £20,000 has no tax to be paid. The next £20,000 is taxed at 20% equals £4,000. The next £10,000 is taxed at 60% equals £6,000 at 40% equals £4,000 total tax paid is £8,000. Question. In the same system, how much tax would someone earning £80,000 pay? Example of a progressive tax system. Income tax rate for income in this income band. 314. Key concept. In a progressive tax system, the average rate of tax increases with more income. Management task. You run a chain of restaurants. You are expecting an increase in VAT. How do you think this might affect your business? Outline the actions you might take if it does happen. 12.2 Business insight, taxes and the demand for cars. Taxes can be used by the government to encourage more environmentally friendly behavior. For example, taxes on environmentally unfriendly goods and services can make consumers and businesses more aware of the full social cost of what they are consuming or providing. Diesel vehicles produce most of the nitrogen oxide gases coming from roadside sources. The UK government announced a new tax on diesel fuel to encourage households to switch from diesel cars towards cars that use more environmentally friendly fuel. This has contributed to the decline in new car sales in the UK since 2016. Sales of diesel cars fell by almost 20%. The BBC reported in January 2018 that in the UK the previous year, in total, there were about 2.5 million new cars registered, according to the industry body the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders, see figure 12.6. This was down 5.7% from 2016. Diesel fuel sales were hit by higher taxes as the government. Figure 12.6 UK car sales, 2007 to 17. 2007 08 09 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 2017. 2.5. 2. 1.5. 1. 0.5. 0. 3. Millions. Annual registrations. Source, the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders, SMMT, BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/newsbusiness 425718828. 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 315. Deficit and debt. The deficit is the difference between government spending and revenue each year. The debt is the total amount owed by the government. Every time the government has a deficit it adds to the total debt. If, for example, the deficit was £10 billion, this increases the national debt by £10 billion. If the deficit is increasing year on year, this means the debt is increasing at an increasing rate. If the deficit falls from one year to the next, but still exists, this means the debt increases, but by less than before. The debt will only fall if the government manages to have a budget surplus during the year. Made owning a diesel car more expensive. Consumers were worried that government policy would punish diesel owners even more in the future. Pollution fears hit demand. Demand for electric cars is growing fast given that they are environmentally friendly. However, out of 2.5 million vehicles sold in the UK in 2017, only 13,500 were battery electric. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-425718828. Questions 1. Apart from taxes, what other factors do you think might affect the demand for cars? 2. How sensitive do you think demand for diesel cars is to increases in indirect taxes? Explain your answer. 12.2 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. Questions 1. If the deficit is decreasing but still exists, what will happen to the total debt? 2. How can the government reduce its total debt? Year budget position: debt position 1 n/a £100 billion, 2 deficit £10 billion, 3 deficit £20 billion, 4 deficit £5 billion, 5 surplus £10 billion. 316. Government policy and business. A problem in recent years in the UK has been the scale of the government's deficit. If the government is borrowing every year at relatively high levels, this increases the total debt. This debt has to be serviced, i.e. paid for. To do this, the government must pay interest. These interest payments are using up money that could otherwise be used by the government for, say, education or health. Different political parties and economists take different views on the deficit in the UK. Some have argued that the interest payments are far too great and that the government must reduce its deficit. This has involved pursuing an austerity program aimed at controlling or even reducing spending where possible and looking for ways of increasing revenue. The aim of austerity is for the government to stop spending beyond its means to reduce the interest payments. However, others argue the impact of such a program can be too severe. For example, cutbacks in health and education or reductions in spending on welfare payments can have too negative an effect on society. They also argue that more spending may be required in some instances, for example in the infrastructure of the economy to provide the investment needed to promote economic growth. The outcome of these policy debates will affect the spending by government and its taxation policies. This will affect demand in the economy. 12.3 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. A budget deficit occurs when government spending is less than government revenue. B. A budget deficit increases government debt. C. The budget deficit is usually smaller than the government debt. D. An austerity program will increase the budget deficit. Management task. The newly elected government has a policy of significantly reducing the deficit within the next 5 years. Outline how this might affect your house building business. 12.3 Business Insight, the government and the railways. In 2018 the Labour Party confirmed it wanted to bring the railways back under government control. This may well be popular with the electorate, many of whom feel that price increases in recent years have been too great. However, in reality most of the rail industry is already government controlled. In 2001 Railtrack, which was the privatized owner of 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 317. What can businesses do to influence government policy? An individual business is not usually in a position to influence government policy unless it is particularly large. A major employer, for example, may be able to exert some influence on government policy, perhaps because of the possible effect on jobs. However, what businesses can do is join together to try and promote their views and interests. For example, The Confederation of British Industry, CBI, is a leading voice for UK business trying to influence policy makers. There are also industry associations, such as the Society of Motor Manufacturers, which represent the interests of their particular industry. Of course, what matters is not just whether the government intervenes but how it intervenes. Some would argue that the role of the government is to focus on creating a competitive landscape where businesses can function effectively and where there is an incentive to innovate. This would argue for relatively little intervention and a reliance on making market forces work more effectively. Others would argue for a more interventionist approach where the role of government is to regulate more heavily in order to control more directly the provision of certain goods and services. There are ongoing debates between politicians on where and how to intervene. The actual railway network went into administration and was replaced by the government with Network Rail. Network Rail is a not-for-profit organization whose budgets are set by the government. The parts of the system that are still privatized are the companies that own the trains and the companies that run the trains. It is the companies running the trains through franchises that the Labour Party want to control again. The aim would be a better integrated transport system serving passengers more effectively and with lower prices. However, some question whether government officials should try and run the train system and believe there would be a lack of investment. If the train companies are part of the government, they may have to fight to funds with other departments such as education and health. Even now, the government has to subsidize the industry by over £3 billion. Some question whether it could realistically keep prices low and at the same time provide a good service. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-43158919. Question: do you think the trains would be better run by the government? Management task: you have been asked to advise the government on policies it can introduce, or remove, to help business startups. Outline 3 actions the government could take to help more businesses start up and be successful in the UK. 318. You, the manager. Here is an extract from the About Us page of the website of the Confederation of British Industry. With over 50 years of experience, we are the UK's most effective and influential business organisation. We provide our members with the influence, insight, and access they need to plan ahead with confidence and grow. We represent their views as we work with policymakers to deliver a healthy environment for businesses to succeed, create jobs and ultimately, drive economic growth and prosperity. It is our purpose to help business create a more prosperous society. The CBI speaks on behalf of 190,000 businesses of all sizes and sectors. Together they employ nearly 7 million people, about 1/3 of the private sector employed workforce. With 13 offices around the UK as well as representation in Brussels, Washington, Beijing, and Delhi, the CBI communicates the British business voice around the world. Source: www.cbi.org.uk/about/us. Questions 1. If you were leading the CBI, what would you say were the key issues for business that you would lobby the UK government about? 2. How can business create a more prosperous society? Management task. You are the chairman of the Society of UK Solar Panel Producers. You would like the government to support your industry more, on the basis that this is environmentally friendly energy. You are due to present to government officials in the next few days. How will you justify subsidies to your industry? 12.4 Business Insight: Tax Cuts in the USA. In 2017 the US government introduced some of the most significant changes in the tax system for 3 decades, as reported by the BBC in December of that year. Republicans said that the tax cuts for corporations, small businesses, and individuals would boost economic growth. Democrats, who all voted against it, say it is designed to benefit the ultra-rich at the expense of the national deficit. Corporate taxes will be set at 21%, instead of the current rate of 35%. The bill will also lower individual tax rates, albeit temporarily. 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 319. What is meant by monetary policy? Monetary policy is the government's attempts to control the money supply in an economy using interest rates or intervention in the banking system. In the UK, monetary policy is determined by the Bank of England. Other key elements include less inheritance tax and expanded child tax credit, lower taxes on overseas profits. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/world-us-canada-42421821. Questions 1. Why do you think the US government made these changes to the tax system? 2. What do you think are the advantages and disadvantages of these changes? What determines the actions the Bank of England will take? The Bank of England is set an inflation target by the government. At the time of writing, this is a target of 2%. The Bank of England will then intervene in the economy to achieve this objective. Its main tool is the interest rate. If inflation is 1% higher or lower than the target, e.g. below 1% or above 3%, the Governor of the Bank of England is required to write an open letter to the government to explain why this has happened and what it intends to do to bring it back in line with the target. Generally, when spending is high, i.e. when demand for goods and services exceeds supply, inflation tends to rise. Prices are pulled upwards. When demand is lower than supply, inflation tends to fall. To meet its inflation target, the Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, at the Bank of England changes the interest rate it charges, known as the bank rate or the base rate. This is the rate of interest that the Bank of England pays on reserves held with it by commercial banks. Generally, banks will pass on any changes on to their customers. If the high street banks such as Barclays and HSBC earn 2% on their reserves at the Bank of England, they can pay their savers, say, 1.75% and still make a profit. If they earn 2.5%, they can pay their savers 2.25%. If they earn just 1% at the bank. Key concept: monetary policy is the government's attempts to control the money supply in an economy using interest rates or intervention in the banking system. 320. Of England, they will pay their own savers, say, 0.75%. Similarly, if the banks have to borrow from the Bank of England at 2%, they will charge their borrowers a bit more to ensure they are still profitable, e.g. 2.25%. If the banks have to pay only 1% to the Bank of England, they can charge their borrowers, say, 1.25%. The high street interest rates for households, e.g. on credit cards and overdrafts, and businesses, e.g. on business loans, tend, therefore, to follow any changes in the base rate. So, if inflation looks set to go above its target, the Bank of England would probably increase interest rates. By increasing the interest rate, the Bank of England hopes to make it more expensive to borrow, and this should deter borrowing and encourage saving. People and businesses will want to save to earn higher returns. They will be less likely to borrow because it is more expensive. This should reduce demand and reduce inflation. On the other hand, if inflation looks likely to fall below target, the Bank of England would cut interest rates to increase spending in the economy and help inflation to rise. A decrease in aggregate demand will reduce prices. At full employment, less demand will simply bring down prices, but below full employment it will reduce output as well. This relationship is illustrated in Figure 12.7. Management task. Your business rents villas in Spain. You think the Monetary Policy Committee will increase the base rate soon. Outline how this might affect your business. 12.5 Business Insight: Increasing interest rates in the USA. In 2017, the U.S. Central Bank, called the Federal Reserve or the Fed, raised interest rates 3 times. The Fed said the move reflected the underlying strength of the U.S. economy. As the BBC reported in December 2017, officials also boosted their economic forecasts, projecting 2.5% growth in GDP in 2017 and 2018, due in part to planned tax cuts. The Fed said it anticipates 3 further increases in rates next year. The decision to raise interest rates, raising the cost of borrowing, takes the Fed further away from the ultra-low rates it put in place during the financial crisis to boost economic activity. The Fed is targeting a range of 1.25% to 1.5% for its benchmark rate. But a majority of officials said they expect interest rates above 2% will be appropriate next year. Source: https://www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-423444170. Question: why might the Federal Reserve have increased the base rate? 12.6 Business Insight, Slack in the economy. In November 2017, the Bank of England increased the base rate by 0.25% to 0.5%. It did this because it was worried about the rate of inflation and wanted to bring it down. It said, "The decision to leave the European Union is having a noticeable impact on the economic outlook. The overshoot of inflation throughout the forecast predominantly reflects the effects on import prices of the referendum-related fall in sterling. Uncertainties associated with Brexit are weighing on domestic activity, which has slowed even as global growth has risen significantly. And Brexit-related constraints on investment and labor supply appear to be reinforcing the marked slowdown that has been increasingly evident in recent years in the rate at which the economy can grow without generating inflationary pressures. Monetary policy cannot prevent either the necessary real adjustment as the United Kingdom moves towards its new international trading arrangements or the weaker real income growth that is likely to accompany that adjustment over the next few years. It can, however, support the economy during the adjustment process. The MPC's remit specifies that, in such exceptional circumstances, the committee must balance any trade-off between the speed at which it intends to return inflation sustainably to the target and the support that monetary policy provides to jobs and activity. The steady erosion of slack has reduced the degree to which it is appropriate for the MPC to accommodate an extended period of inflation above the target. Unemployment has fallen to a 42-year low and the MPC judges that the level of remaining slack is limited. The global economy is growing strongly. Domestic financial. 322. Quantitative easing. In recent years the UK economy has grown sluggishly and the Bank of England has used low interest rates to stimulate demand. However, even when the base rate was as low as 0.5%, this did not seem to stimulate the economy sufficiently. The Bank of England then introduced quantitative easing. Quantitative easing occurs when a central bank such as the Bank of England creates new money electronically and uses this to make large purchases of assets. These purchases are made from the private sector, for example from pension funds, high street banks, and non-financial firms. Most of these assets are government bonds, also known as gilts. Government bonds are sold by the government to raise money. The market for government bonds is large, so it is possible to buy large quantities of them easily and quickly. The purchases are of such a scale that they push up the price of assets, lowering the yields, the return, on them. This encourages those selling these assets to use the money they received from the sale to buy assets with a higher yield instead, such as company shares and bonds. Conditions are highly accommodative and consumer confidence has remained resilient. In line with the framework set out at the time of the referendum, the MPC now judges it appropriate to tighten modestly the stance of monetary policy in order to return inflation sustainably to the target. Accordingly, the committee voted by 7-2 to raise bank rate by 0.25 percentage points, to 0.5%. Monetary policy continues to provide significant support to jobs and activity in the current exceptional circumstances. All members agree that any future increases in bank rate would be expected to be at a gradual pace and to a limited extent. Source: www.bankofengland.co.uk/monetary-policy-summary-and-minutes/2017/November 2017. Questions 1. Why does the amount of slack in the economy affect inflation? 2. Why do you think a weaker pound is likely to lead to more inflation? 3. Why has the Monetary Policy Committee increased interest rates in the UK? Key concept. Quantitative easing occurs when a central bank such as the Bank of England creates new money electronically and uses this to make large purchases of assets. As more of these other assets are bought, their prices rise because of the increased demand. This brings down yields in general. The companies that have issued these 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 323 bonds or shares benefit from cheaper borrowing because of these lower yields, encouraging them to invest more and increasing their spending. The Bank of England may also buy a smaller amount of private debt such as corporate bonds, EIS. This is aimed at making it easier for companies to raise money in capital markets to invest in their business. Again, this should increase demand in the economy. Those selling assets to the Bank of England have more money in their bank accounts as a result. Commercial banks can use these new funds to finance new loans, encouraging more spending and investment. Quantitative easing should, therefore, increase the amount of lending and spending in the economy and boost demand. If, however, inflation looks like it is becoming too high, the Bank of England can sell the assets it has purchased through quantitative easing to reduce the amount of money and spending in the economy. Buying and selling assets is, therefore, another monetary policy instrument alongside interest rates used to affect demand in the economy and inflation rates. 12.3 Doing the business maths. A bond is an IOU, it is sold by the government or businesses to raise finance. Typically a bond will have a coupon. This is an amount it will pay each year and a redemption date which is when the IOU will be repaid. For example, a bond may have a face value of £100, a coupon of £10 a year and a redemption date of 2025. This would mean that if you bought the bond you would receive £10 a year and then be paid £100 in 2025. When calculating the return, or yield, on the bond you received, you could consider the price paid, the coupon and final redemption. To keep the calculation simpler we will imagine the bond does not actually have a redemption date, so that the return is entirely the coupon. If you paid £100 for the bond and received £10 a year this is a 10% return. Imagine that 10% was a much higher return than was available for other assets. For example, imagine that the return elsewhere was typically 5%. Investors will want to buy the bonds to benefit from the high return of these bonds. With this high demand, the price of the bonds will increase. As the price increases the £10 becomes a lower percentage, i.e. the £10 becomes a smaller percentage of a higher price. Imagine again that the bond has a price of £100 and pays a £10 coupon per year. This is a 10% annual return. If this is lower than is available elsewhere, investors will want to sell their bonds and invest in alternative forms of assets. This will lead to a fall in the bond price until the return on bonds is equal to the returns available elsewhere. Given a fixed coupon, the higher the bond price the lower the return on bonds. The lower the bond price the higher the return on bonds. 324. Exchange rate policy. The exchange rate of a country can change with changes in supply and demand conditions in the foreign currency markets. This changes the prices of UK products overseas and the price of foreign products in pounds. A government may intervene in the currency markets to influence the price of the currency. It may do this to stabilize the price. This will help businesses with their planning. It may intervene to affect the competitiveness of exports or the price of imports, and therefore costs and inflationary pressures. The exchange rate may be affected by various factors. Changes in the interest rate by the Bank of England will have an effect. A higher domestic interest rate is likely to attract money from abroad as investors seek these higher returns by saving in the UK. This increases the demand for the currency and the value of the pound in terms of foreign currency. Buying and selling currency will also have an effect. If the government buys pounds using its foreign currency reserves, this increases the demand for the pound on the currency markets and increases its value. If the government wants the currency to fall in value it sells pounds on the currency markets, this increases supply and brings its value down. Supply side policies. Supply-side policies are government policies aimed at making markets work more effectively to increase the quantity and quality of resources available in the economy. They are aimed at increasing the aggregate supply on an economy. The government may intervene in various ways. It may intervene in financial markets to make funds more easily available for businesses to fund investment. It may aim to develop the infrastructure of the economy to help your business to compete more effectively. This may include either directly investing in, or supporting investment in, elements of the country's infrastructure such as transport systems or communication systems. These may be huge projects that have greater social benefits than private benefits and therefore require government involvement. It may try to ensure that markets work fairly and competitively. For example, it may want to prevent large businesses dominating and forcing out smaller rivals, or it may aim to prevent corruption to enable businesses to compete on an equal basis. It may try to help businesses to be more innovative, for example, by encouraging research and development spending. It may intervene to make the labor market work better, for example, by improving the incentives for people to look for work and investing in skills, or by increasing employability by developing people's skills and their ability to relocate. It may help businesses to start up and help you to do business by reducing the administrative procedures necessary to do so. Figure 12.9 shows the effect of successful supply-side policies. If the economy is originally at full capacity with a maximum supply of Y1, the output will be Y1 and the price P1. With supply-side policies, the government aims to shift the aggregate. Looking at figure 12.8, imagine that the supply of a currency has increased from S1 to S2, that the government wants to keep the value of the currency at P. Question: which of the following is the action needed by the government to keep the exchange rate at this value? A. Sell UV of its currency. B. Buy XW of its currency. C. Sell ZY of its currency. D. Buy UX of its currency. 326. Supply in the economy. This would increase output, e.g. to Y2, and could help bring down prices to P2, or reduce inflation. Management task. You believe that the government needs to invest more in faster broadband in the UK to help business. Summarize your arguments on why more investment in broadband would be a good investment for the government. 12.7 Business Insight, Infrastructure. Here is an extract from the foreword of a document entitled Analysis of the National Infrastructure and Construction Pipeline, which was published by the UK Infrastructure and Projects Authority in 2017. Infrastructure has the power to increase our living standards, drive economic growth and boost productivity. This government is building an economy that is fit for the future by investing for the long term. We have put infrastructure at the heart of our economic plan, and it is a central pillar of the industrial strategy. The UK is at the forefront of infrastructure delivery around the world. The 2017 update to the National Infrastructure and Construction Pipeline sets out details of over £460 billion of planned infrastructure investment across the public and private sectors. Looking across the next 10 years, we project total public and private investment in infrastructure to be around £600 billion. Management task. You have been asked to advise the government on its supply-side policies. Recommend 2 key supply-side measures you think the government should adopt. For our investment to be realized, we need delivery of complex infrastructure projects on time and on budget. This requires long-term decision-making, significant capital investment, and a renewed focus on our priorities. We have already taken steps to improve our delivery framework. The creation of the National Infrastructure Commission and the Infrastructure and Projects Authority, IPA, were significant steps towards ensuring we make the right long-term investment decisions and then deliver those investments as effectively as possible. Andrew Jones MP, Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury. Source: https://assets.publishing.service.gov.uk/government/uploads/system/uploads/analysis_data/file/6653327/analysis_government_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_analysis_anal businesses to be more competitive. 12.8 Business Insight, Corruption Index. Table 12.1 shows an extract of data from 2016 produced by Transparency.org for an index of corruption. Over two-thirds of the 176 countries and territories in that year's index fell below the midpoint of the scale of 0, highly corrupt, to 100, very clean. The global average score was 43, indicating endemic corruption in a country's public sector. Table 12.1 Corruption Perception Index 2016. 2016 Rank Country 2016 Score Region 1 Denmark 90 Europe and Central Asia 1 New Zealand 90 Asia Pacific 3 Finland 89 Europe and Central Asia 4 Sweden 88 Europe and Central Asia 5 Switzerland 86 Europe and Central Asia 6 Norway 85 Europe and Central Asia 7 Singapore 84 Asia Pacific 8 Netherlands 83 Europe and Central Asia 9 Canada 82 Americas 10 Germany 81 Europe and Central Asia 10 Luxembourg 81 Europe and Central Asia. 328. Continue. 12.9 Business Insight, Ease of Doing Business. Supply-side policies can affect the ease of setting up and doing business in a country. For example, how long does it take to register a business? How easy is it to get energy or telecommunications to get connected? How easy it is to enforce any contracts that you make. The data in Table 12.2, as presented by doingbusiness.org, ranks countries on the ease of doing business in them. Here is doingbusiness.org's explanation of how the rankings are determined. Economies are ranked on their ease of doing business, from 1 to 190. A high ease of doing business ranking means the regulatory environment is more conducive to the starting and operation of a local firm. The rankings are determined by sorting. Question A, how might corruption affect aggregate supply in an economy? B, how might corruption affect a business? 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 329. Continue. Economy getting credit. Protecting minority investors. Paying taxes. Trading across borders. Enforcing contracts. New Zealand 1295621. Singapore 294742-2. Denmark 42338132. Republic of Korea 55202433-1. Hong Kong SAR. China 29933128. United States 242363616. United Kingdom 2810232831. Source: http://www.doingbusiness.org/rankings. The aggregate distance to frontier scores on 10 topics, each consisting of several indicators, giving equal weight to each topic. The rankings for all economies are benchmarked to June 2017. Source: http://www.doingbusiness.org/rankings. Question: how might the ease of doing business affect an economy? 12.10 Business Insight, Broadband Speed in the UK. The BBC reported in December 2017 that the UK government had announced recently that homes and businesses would have a legal right to demand faster broadband speed of at least 10 megabits per second, Mbps, by 2020. The report goes on. BT, which is responsible for the infrastructure, had previously offered to carry out improvements according to its own timetable. But the company said it accepted the government's decision. The government believes the regulatory universal service obligation offers certainty. Under the plan, broadband providers will face a legal requirement to provide this minimum standard to anyone requesting it, subject to a cost threshold. The UK lags behind many countries in terms of speed and reliability. Regulator Ofcom said that 4% of UK premises, or about 1.1 million, could not access broadband speeds of at least 10 Mbps, see figure 12.10. It said poor connections were a particular concern for small businesses, with almost 230,000 unable. 330. To get a decent service. Ofcom defines superfast broadband as a download speed of 30 Mbps or more. Question. Why is a good broadband system important for business? Business case questions, can you now answer? Do you think the UK government should get involved in industrial strategy? What determines how the government intervenes? How the government intervenes will depend on what it regards as the priority at any given moment. An underlying focus of the UK government for many years, for example, has been to achieve stable prices. Unemployment by comparison has been less of an issue in recent years due to relatively high levels of employment. This means that interest rates have been regarded as a key policy instrument to try and control demand. The government has also been eager to reduce its borrowing, which means that aggressive use of government spending to stimulate growth has not been used. Figure 12.10 UK download speeds by local authority, in Mbps. 8.1 to 9.9 10.0 to 19.9 20.0 to 29.9 30.0 to 50.0. Source, Ofcom Connected Nation 2016, BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-42423047. 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 331. The nature of government intervention will also depend on the government's view of how the economy works or does not work. Classical economists believe that markets work well and that the economy will settle at its maximum output, known as its potential output, given its resources. If, for example, the economy was below the potential, there would be unemployment, wages would fall, and then more people would be employed, helping to get the economy back to its potential output. In this situation, the focus of the government would be on supply-side economics to improve the potential of the economy. Other economists, known as Keynesian, after the work of John Maynard Keynes, believe that the economy can get stuck below its maximum capacity and could take a very long time to return to its potential. For example, if demand falls, there will be unemployment, but Keynes argued wages might be slow to fall. Employees may be reluctant to accept pay cuts and or may have negotiated contracts for a year ahead. In this situation, the government may want to actively intervene on the demand side to increase aggregate demand. Keynesian economists are associated with increased government spending and lower tax rates when needed to increase demand and pull the economy back to its potential. Keynesian views came back into favor after the 2008 global recession. At this time, some economists argued that governments should pursue austerity measures to control their deficit. Others, such as Paul Krugman, argued that governments should adopt a Keynesian approach and spend to stimulate demand. Read more. You can discover more about the neoclassical views of the economy if you read Milton Friedman's Defense of Markets. Friedman, M. 1962, Capitalism and Freedom, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. John Maynard Keynes' most famous work is Keynes, J.M. 1936, The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, London, Macmillan. You can follow Paul Krugman's work on his New York Times blog, www.newyorktimes.com/2018/06/29/opinion. Summary. Governments have several macroeconomic objectives. Typically these include stable prices, low rates of unemployment, economic growth, and a healthy trade position. To achieve these aims, the government uses policies such as fiscal policy, monetary policy. 332. Supply-side policy, and exchange rate policy, Table 12.3. This involves pulling various levers such as taxation rates and interest rates to influence the decisions of groups such as businesses and households. These policy changes will change the economic environment of business by influencing supply and demand in many markets such as the goods and services market, the labor market, the currency market, and the money market, Table 12.4. Governments may also try to influence the exchange rate. For example, it may want to keep it stable to make investment easier to plan. It may also use supply-side policies to increase the quantity and quality of resources available in the economy. This will affect the costs and productivity of businesses. Key learning points. A budget deficit occurs when government spending over a period is greater than its revenue. A budget surplus occurs when government spending over a period is less than its revenue. Fiscal policy attempts to influence the economy through changes in government spending and the tax and benefits system. Monetary policy attempts to influence the economy through interest rates and changes to the money supply, e.g. through quantitative easing. Table 12.4 Government policies and how they impact on business. Policy impact on demand, impact on costs. Fiscal policy, government spending and taxation changes. Increased government spending or reduced tax rates boost demand. Lower corporation taxes encourage investment and reduce costs. Monetary policy, interest rate changes and quantitative easing. Lower interest rates encourage spending and boost demand. Lower interest rates reduce costs. Supply-side policies to make market work more efficiently and improve the quantity and quality of resources. Improved labor market with more information about availability of jobs, lower relocation costs, and better skills, leads to more employment and demand. More supply may reduce costs. Exchange rate policy, use of interest rates and government buying and selling of currency. Lower exchange rates make exports more competitive in foreign currency and so increase demand. Higher exchange rate may reduce import costs. 334. Supply-side policies attempt to influence the quantity and quality of the supply of resources in the economy. Exchange rate policy aims to change the value of the currency to affect import and export prices. Business case extension questions. 1. Analyze the key elements of UK government macroeconomic policy. Discuss the effects of these policies on UK business. 2. Compare and contrast UK government macroeconomic policy with that of another national government of your choice. 3. Assess the effectiveness of UK government policy in terms of meeting its macroeconomic objectives. 4. Analyze the key factors that are affecting the global competitiveness of UK businesses at the moment. Quick questions. 1. What is meant by a government budget deficit? 2. What is meant by a government budget surplus? 3. What is the relationship between a government's deficit and its debt? 4. Why might a government worry about its debt? 5. How does the Bank of England use monetary policy to intervene in the economy? 6. How does the government use fiscal policy to intervene in the economy? 7. How does the government use supply-side policies to intervene in the economy? 8. How does the government intervene to influence the exchange rate? 9. What factors might influence the ease of doing business in a country? 10. What is meant by a government bond? Global business. Chapter 13. Why do I need to know about global business? You are the managing director of a business that produces luxury sports cars. China has been one of your biggest markets in recent years. The rapid growth of incomes in that economy has led to a major increase in demand for Western products. You were one of the first to spot the opportunity, and after many challenges along the way you have managed to build the network and relationships needed to access this market. Over 30% of your sales now come from China, and the brand seems to go from strength to strength. Your recent investment in a new model of your car was based on its expected sales in China. So far, so good. But today, after many rumors, the Chinese government announced it was introducing a high tax on imported sports cars. This is very bad news. You plan to contact the UK government to try to get it to retaliate. You want the UK government to force the Chinese to change their mind. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain how trade can benefit a business, explain the possible problems trade can cause a business, analyze how, and why, a government may protect an industry, analyze the impact of protectionism on business. Business case. Burgers have traditionally been seen as fast food, basic and cheap. However, market tastes are changing and the growth sector of the burger industry is the better burger. Customers are now willing to wait longer and pay more for what is perceived to be better quality burgers. A BBC article on this phenomenon mentions Five Guys as an example of a better burger business that has grown fast and is now expanding rapidly overseas. However, it is not always easy to offer exactly the same products around the world, not least because of different rules regarding ingredients that can be used. Companies want the brand to be consistent, but that may require some experimentation with different ingredients around the world. Five Guys opened its first restaurant outside the US in 2014. It is a 336 family business started by Jerry and Janie Morrell, husband and wife, and their 5 sons in 1986 when the boys were given the advice to start a business or go to college. It is now one of the biggest providers of better burgers. The Five Guys website says the company's philosophy is simple: to perfect and serve. That's the principle that has brought us so far. It's the promise we make every day to our customers who count on us to keep delivering the food and experience they love. Under the Freshness tab on the Five Guys website, the family say, "We don't have freezers on site because we don't use frozen ingredients. At Five Guys, everything's cooked fresh from scratch. That's the way we like people to serve food to us, so why would we serve our customers any other way? Sure, we're great believers in keeping life simple. But if the simplicity of freezing food means compromising on its quality and flavor, then we're just not going to do it. For us, fresh and delicious go hand in hand. And what could be simpler than that? So our potatoes are hand-cut daily. We always tell you where they come from too, with posters on our walls. And our beef is grain finished for the last 120 days to give it the marbled texture perfect for mince. We don't use automated cooking timers, because great cooking is all about knowing instinctively when food is perfectly cooked based on sight, aroma, and texture. What's more, we prep all our food daily only to ensure maximum freshness. This is good food the way it deserves to be cooked, no corners cut, no cheaper alternatives, all about flavor. It's your meal. So it's our belief that you should get exactly what you want. With burgers, hot dogs, sandwiches and a multitude of toppings, you've got more than 250,000 possible topping combinations to choose from, not to mention the 1,000 mix-in milkshake combinations. That said, lots of our customers relish the prospect of their regular favorite meal each time they visit. Whatever tickles your own personal taste buds. Total freedom. This type of burger restaurant tends to be 2 or 3 times as expensive as McDonald's or Burger King, but still cheaper than more traditional restaurants. As the BBC reported, Five Guys is currently in 9 countries and expects to expand to 28 over the next 5 years. Five Guys CEO Paul Rainish says it was demands from visitors to the US desperate to experience the burgers in their home countries that drove their decision to expand. Another US success story in Shake Shack. Unlike Five Guys, Shake Shack expanded before it even had a chain in America. It started as a temporary stand in a park in New York. It was founded by Danny Meyer, and just after he opened its second restaurant he was approached by Kuwaiti firm Al Shaya, which was interested in opening a franchise. Shake Shack agreed to a licensing deal whereby it had a one-off fee and a percentage of sales. It still uses this model for all its overseas restaurants. 13 Global Business 337. Global Business. We live in a global economy. As consumers, when we go shopping we are choosing from products either produced abroad or using supplies and materials from abroad. Spanish oranges, French wine, German cars, Italian ham, Swiss cheese, Chinese t-shirts. Our lives are full of foreign products. What we wear, what we listen to, what we eat or watch, are often internationally linked. The UK in particular is a very open economy. This means that it is very open to trade. We import large quantities of goods and services, i.e. we buy them from abroad, and we also export high quantities of goods and services, i.e. we sell them abroad. Global trade is, therefore, very important to UK consumers. And also to UK businesses. Trade enables you as a manager to find the supplies you want and have a wider choice of providers. This should lead to better quality inputs supplied at lower prices. The number of international players in the UK Premier League in football highlight the benefits of having access to the best resources available around the world. Trade also provides export markets for UK businesses. This should allow you to find more customers and enable you to generate revenue and benefit from economies of scale. Companies such as Jaguar and Burberry have clearly benefited from. According to the company website, in 2004, a permanent kiosk opened in the park. Shake Shack was born. This modern-day roadside burger stand serves up the most delicious burgers, hot dogs, frozen custard, shakes, beer, wine and more. An instant neighborhood fixture, Shake Shack welcomed people from all over the city, country, and world who gathered together to enjoy fresh, simple, high-quality versions of the classics in a majestic setting. The rest, as they say, is burger history. However, there is growing competition in this better burger market. The market research company Mintel says that this means it's becoming harder for firms to attract customers. Sources: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-40170738 www.shakeshack.com www.fiveguys.com. Business case questions 1. Why do you think Five Guys wanted to expand overseas? 2. What problems might Five Guys face when expanding overseas? 3. Do you think it is better to open your own restaurants or to use licensing as Shake Shack does? 338. Selling overseas, enabling them to achieve much higher sales than they could if they just focused on the UK. Your business may be able to do the same. The UK has a population of 65 million. China has a population of around 1.3 billion. The world's population is around 7.6 billion. Just think of all those potential customers around the world. And by selling in different countries it is possible to benefit from more favorable conditions. For example, economies overseas may be growing faster than in the UK, and so you can spread risk by not just being dependent on the UK market. Business case question: now can you answer? Why do you think Five Guys wanted to expand overseas? Entering overseas markets. As mentioned in the previous section, entering an overseas market can provide opportunities for more sales and help the business to grow. However, trading abroad can be complex. There are likely to be differences in the business environment abroad compared to the UK, such as differences in the laws that affect business and the state of the economy. There are also likely to be variations in social norms which can make decisions such as how to promote your products more challenging. A significant issue is simply that you as a manager will not know how business is done as well as you know how things are done in your existing markets. You won't have the contacts and you won't know the best way of doing things or what others are doing to the same extent. There is, therefore, a considerable degree of risk in becoming involved in international business. This is why most businesses that do engage in international trade actually still tend to trade within regions that are relatively close by. For example, most of the UK's trade is with European countries. This may well be because managers are more familiar with these countries and tend to be culturally more similar to their inhabitants than to those in regions further away. Typically, a business will start getting involved in international business by exporting. This means it sells some of its products abroad. This may be in response to inquiries from foreign buyers. There are other options too. You may license your idea to an overseas operator. If you sell the franchise to a local business, you will limit your risk. Typically you would charge an initial fee to the business that buys the franchise, the franchisee, and then a percentage of revenue. This arrangement may carry both advantages and disadvantages, see Table 13.1. The more successful the overseas operator, the more revenue you own. However, the downside to franchising is that the franchisee gets the majority of the earnings. It can also be difficult to control quality and ensure there is consistency across the brand. You might link up with a local business in a partnership or joint venture. This uses the knowledge and experience of businesses already operating in the overseas market. 13 Global Business 339. You might take over a local provider. This again makes use of the expertise and links of an existing overseas-based producer. However, it requires much higher levels of investment and risk than simply selling some products abroad. The riskiest way of entering an overseas market is to set up your own business. This has the highest level of investment but does mean that you have full control of the operations. The decision on how to enter an overseas market will depend on the level of commitment you want to make. This will in turn depend on your view of the likely returns. 13.1 Business Insight, Production of the Mini in China. Electric mini cars are to be built in China as well as in Oxford, where minis are produced at the moment. The production in China is part of a venture undertaken by BMW, which owns the Mini brand, with the Chinese manufacturer Great Wall Motors. The cars produced will be for sale in China. The Chinese government has a target that by 2025, 20% of cars sold should be electric. The joint venture involves 2 plants assembling the cars, and an engine plant. In 2017, BMW sold 560,000 cars in China, more than twice the number sold in its next 2 largest markets, the US and Germany, combined. Source: BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-431666956. Question: why do you think BMW decided to enter a joint venture with Great Wall Motors rather than produce on its own? Business case: can you now answer? Do you think it is better to open your own restaurants or to use licensing as Shake Shack does? Management task: you are a cosmetics manufacturer. You are trying to decide which overseas market to target with your new perfume. What would you need to know to decide? Table 13.1 Selling a franchise. Advantages of selling a franchise. Disadvantages of selling a franchise: raise revenue from sale, do not retain all profits, earn revenue from turnover of franchisee, loss of control, growth financed partly by franchisee, may be difficult to control, quality. 340. Managing global supply chains. More open markets provide access to new customers but also new suppliers. You can select the best suppliers from all over the world. You can benefit from the resources and specialist skills of many different regions. Aspects of production can be outsourced to producers elsewhere who can produce at a better quality or a lower price. Take apart an iPhone and you will find components from many different suppliers all over the world. You may well employ staff globally and have employees in your UK operations from many different countries. Your operations process is very likely, therefore, to have a global element to it. Research task. Research a business that is entering an overseas market or withdrawing from it. Analyze the reasons for the decision. Managing a supply chain involves managing all the different elements of the process, from the raw materials to the finished product. This will involve you choosing the suppliers, organizing the contracts and service agreements, and ensuring appropriate standards are met. It can also involve monitoring the behavior of suppliers to ensure that they meet your agreed ethical standards and that you know exactly where they get their supplies from. In the food industry, for example, it is increasingly important that a business can identify exactly what goes into all of its products, where it is sourced from and how it is produced. The danger of not doing this was shown by the horse meat scandal in the UK in 2012 and 2013, when it was found that some meat being sold as beef was actually horse meat, as described in Business Insight 13.3. 13.2 Business Insight, Apple Suppliers. The graphic in Figure 13.1 highlights some of the many supplies involved in the production of an iPhone. Apple focuses on the design and branding. It then uses specialist suppliers around the world to produce the product itself. The suppliers' profit margins are much smaller than Apple's. Source: BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-42909989. Questions 1. Why does Apple use suppliers from all over the world? 2. The profit margin of Apple suppliers is far lower than Apple's profit margin. Why do you think this is? 13 Global Business 341. Key concept. A supply chain is comprised of all the businesses and individual contributors involved in creating a product, from raw materials to finished merchandise. 2 men have recently been jailed for their roles in a conspiracy to sell 30 tons of horse meat as beef. Horse meat was added to batches of beef which were all labeled as pure beef. This was not the only incidence of tampering with beef at the time. The effect of the revelations about horse meat hit consumers' confidence badly. People stopped trusting that the food they were being sold was what they were told it was. In 2012, beef was selling at around €3, £2.60, a kilogram at wholesale prices. Horse meat sold for around €2, £1.75, a kilogram. 342. Tesco, the UK's largest supermarket chain, ran apology adverts in newspapers for selling beef burgers that contained horse meat. It ran a 2-page national press campaign with the headline "What Burgers Have Taught Us." The ad campaign said that the problems that have arisen with meat are about more than burgers and bolognese. It's about some of the ways we get meat to your dinner table. It's about the whole food industry, it added. The advertisement was designed to show that Tesco was serious about the horse meat issue and was listening to the public. It ended with the line, "We know that our supply chain is too complicated. So we're making it simpler." Seriously. This is it. We are changing. However, ensuring that every product's ingredients are exactly what they say they are all the way down the supply chain is not easy, especially when supermarkets typically stock 35,000 to 40,000 different food products. Source: https://www.bbc.co.uk/news/UK-England-London-40775328. Question: what do you think the challenges of managing a food supply chain might be? 13.4 Business Insight, Outsourcing at McDonald's. The McDonald's system, which involves outsourcing 100% of its supplies, has expanded to more than 100 countries and more than 35,000 restaurants serving more than 68 million customers a day. McDonald's has also set the food industry standards for food quality, safety, and assured supply. Customers know they will get the same consistent food and service wherever they are in the world. As explained in an article published in 2016 on the supplychain247.com site, McDonald's achieves this success with a 100% outsourced supply chain. The founder, Ray Kroc, decided to use an outsourced model for suppliers from the very start of McDonald's. The decision was simple. First, he did not have the finances to build his own vertical supply chain. But he had also seen as a salesman how some other companies forced their franchised restaurants to buy goods from the business even when they were not good enough. McDonald's supply chain model is aimed at creating long-term wealth and competitive advantage for everyone involved by controlling costs, and producing quality and innovative products that improve sales. The result is improved customer value, a strong brand, and a better business performance. McDonald's aims to grow the profits pie and share it out. Suppliers that help McDonald's succeed build their own businesses. Both McDonald's and its suppliers aim to create value together rather than simply exchanging value, which is what happens in conventional transaction-based relationships where buyer and seller fight over profit margins. As the supplychain247.com article explains, Kroc's system philosophy is often described as a three-legged stool. One of the legs is McDonald's employees, a second leg is the owners/operators that run the restaurants, and the third leg is McDonald's supplier partners. 13 Global Business 343. The benefits of trade to your business. A key underlying principle of international trade is called comparative advantage. This is based on the opportunity cost of producing any given product. According to the law of comparative advantage, producers in a country should specialize in the production of products where they have a low opportunity cost and buy in from abroad products where they have a relatively high opportunity cost. That is, you should specialize in producing items where you have a comparative advantage and avoid producing products where you have a comparative disadvantage. Basically, you can focus on what you are good at and buy in the resources or components where you are not so good. The stool is only as strong as all three legs. This means that franchisees, suppliers, and company employees each support the weight of McDonald's equally. Kroc believed that if the restaurant owners/operators and suppliers were successful, success would come to him as well. Simply put, McDonald's, its owners/operators and their suppliers have a vested interest in helping each other succeed. Source: www.supplychain247.com/article/McDonald's_secret_for_supply_chain_success. Questions 1. Why does an outsourced model help McDonald's? 2. What is the difference between the McDonald's approach and the typical value exchanging relationship between most businesses and their suppliers? Key concept. Comparative advantage occurs when a country has a lower opportunity cost in the production of a product than other countries. Whether you have a comparative advantage compared to businesses abroad will depend, in part, on the conditions in your region or country. The UK is always going to struggle to have an advantage in the production of bananas, for example, because it does not have the climate. To produce bananas will require high levels of resources and a high opportunity cost. Businesses in the UK will also struggle to compete in low-price labor-intensive industries because labor costs in the UK are relatively high compared to, say, Vietnam, thanks to the minimum wage, the employment laws, and the cost of living. However, the UK does have access to a relatively skilled labor force which may help it to be more competitive in the higher value-added areas such as research and design. There are sectors such as banking, music, and filmmaking where the UK has built up the experience and infrastructure to have an advantage. Of course, the precise comparative advantage of a business does depend. 344. On its particular circumstances, but the environment in which it operates will play a significant factor. By using specialists overseas, you can buy in goods and services where you have a relative disadvantage for a lower price than you could produce them for yourself. This saves you money and allows you to use your resources efficiently. The same is true for a country as a whole. If its resources are used in sectors where it has a comparative advantage, it can buy in other goods and services where it has a disadvantage and do so more cheaply than it can produce them itself. A country can also export the products it does produce to those who are not so efficient at producing these. This means that trading can be a win-win situation for everyone. Producers can sell their products for a profit, and consumers and businesses abroad can buy them in for less than they would pay if they were produced domestically. Free trade between countries should therefore have two benefits: enabling producers and consumers to benefit from cheaper products from abroad, providing producers and consumers with a greater variety of products than would be produced if a country did not allow trade. Of course, having open borders for trade is not just about goods and services, it can also mean allowing people to move between countries. This can allow a business to have access to a wider pool of labor. This can in some cases provide a cheaper labor force than is available domestically. It can also provide access to talent that may not exist locally. Comparative advantage. Imagine there are two countries producing goods A and B. They put half of all their resources into the production of each and are not trading. The opportunity of cost of producing A and B is calculated for each country, i.e. how much of the other product is sacrificed to produce an extra A or B. Good A, good B. Country 113. Country 224. Total world output 37. Opportunity cost of producing 1A. Opportunity cost of producing 1B. Country 13B 1/3 A. Country 22B 1/2 A. 13 Global Business 345. 13.1 Doing the Business Maths. Questions 1. Which country has a comparative advantage in the production of good A? Which has a comparative advantage in the production of good B? 2. What are the possible terms of trade which would be beneficial for both countries? UK trade. The European Union, EU, countries have been hugely important trade partners for the UK for many years. Countries that belong to the EU have relatively open markets in terms of goods, services, and the movement of money and people. The countries then decide to specialize in the producing the product where they have a lower opportunity cost. Country 2 will produce as because it has the lower opportunity cost here, 2 is less than 3. Country 1 will produce BS because it has the lower opportunity cost here, 1/3 is less than 1/2. This means the countries put all their resources into one product, doubling the amount of resources in the industry. We assume this doubles the output in the world. By specializing, it is possible to use resources more effectively and thus increase the total amount produced in the world. In fact, the gains from trade may be even greater because by specializing in one area, production may increase even more. Trade can also benefit each country as it can get access to products for less than it could produce them for itself. For example, the opportunity cost of making 1A is 3B in country 1 and 2 in country 2. If the second country specializes and sells 1A for the cost of 2.5B, then it will make a profit and country 1 will be buying them for less than it would cost to produce it itself. Both countries win. Good A, good B. Country 108. Country 240. Total world output 48. Good A, good B. Country 136. Country 246. 346. To the Office for National Statistics, the EU has accounted for nearly 50% of goods exports from the UK, and the goods imported from the EU have been worth more than imports from the rest of the world combined in recent years. Motor vehicles and parts is the largest product group by value of exports. The next largest product group exported to the EU is chemicals and chemical products. Financial services contributed the most to services exported to the EU. The UK has a surplus in services, i.e. the value of its service exports is greater than the value of its service imports over a year, but a deficit in goods, i.e. value of its goods exports is less than the value of its goods imports over a year. Trade relationships are usually stronger with countries with large economies. China and the US are large economies and are important UK trading partners, despite their distance from the UK. However, distance is important. The value of the UK's trading relationship with Ireland is higher than the value of UK trade with Italy or Spain. Ireland is the UK's neighbour, even though the total size of its economy is much smaller than Italy's or Spain's. 13.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Comparative advantage occurs when a country has a lower opportunity cost in the production of an item. B. Free trade occurs when there are no barriers to trade. C. According to comparative advantage, if the opportunity cost of 1A is 2B in country X and 3B in country Y, then country X has a comparative advantage. D. Free trade can be mutually beneficial. Read more. Alan Rugman's work suggests that most trade by multinationals is within certain trading areas, such as Europe or America, rather than between these trading zones. You can read more about international business strategy in Rugman, A. and When, Q. 2013, International Business Theory for International Economists. In Bugles Dijk, S., Brockman, S., Van Es, H., and Gerritsen, H. eds. Firms in the international economy, firm heterogeneity meets international business, Boston MIT Press, pages 23 to 54. Rugman, A. Verbeek, A. and Nguyen, Q. 2011, 50 Years of International Business Theory and Beyond, Management International Review Volume 51, Number 6, pages 755 to 86. 13 Global Business 347. The exchange rate and your business. The price of a country's currency in terms of other currency, i.e. the exchange rate, often adds to the complexity of trading abroad compared to trading locally. Changes in the exchange rate change the purchasing power of your currency abroad and the price of your products in foreign currency. Changes in the exchange rate can happen frequently and are out the control of the business. They can affect costs and demand and so can have a big impact on competitiveness and profitability. If the pound increases in value, this means that it costs more in other currencies. For example, imagine that the exchange rate changes from pound $1 1.20 to pound $1 1.50. This means that buyers in the US would have to pay more dollars to buy the same number of pounds. All other things being equal, this will reduce the quantity of UK exports to the US, see Table 13.2. The extent of the fall would depend on how much the currency increased in value and how sensitive demand in the US was to changes in the price of UK products. However, the stronger pound means that £1 buys $1.50, not $1, so for UK businesses it is cheaper to buy items in the US. This means the quantity of imports from the US is likely to increase. This leads to cheaper US products competing in UK markets and cheaper US components to be used in UK production. Table 13.2 The effects of changes in the value of the currency on imports and exports. Impact on exports. Impact on imports. Increase in the value of the pound makes UK exports more expensive in terms of foreign currency, other things being equal, exports decrease. Makes foreign products cheaper in pounds, other things being equal, imports increase. Decrease in the value of the pound makes UK exports cheaper in terms of foreign currency, other things being equal, exports increase. Makes foreign products more expensive in pounds, other things being equal, imports decrease. 13.2 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. Change in demand and supply of the currency. Possible cause of change. Impact on the exchange rate, increase or decrease, increase in demand, decrease in demand, increase in supply, decrease in supply. 348. Meanwhile, a weaker pound means it has depreciated in value. For example, its value may decrease from pound $1 1.20 to pound $1 1. This means that, other things being equal, exports to the US would be cheaper in dollars and exports would increase. However, when UK businesses buy from abroad, the pound buys fewer dollars and so more pounds would have to be spent to buy the same value of products. Imports become more expensive in pounds and imports are likely to fall. The lower pound also means that foreign goods increase in price in pounds. This makes imports less competitive against domestic products. There are, of course, many currencies and thus many different exchange rates, such as the pound to the dollar, US, the yen, Japan, the euro, Eurozone member countries, and the krona, Denmark. The value of the pound against these currencies will be constantly changing, sometimes quite suddenly, and may change in different directions against different currencies. Management task. You think the value of the pound will increase against the dollar, which could affect your exports to the US. Should you keep the price of your products the same in dollars? Analyzing the data. Country currency units per $1. Currency units per $1. Previous year: China 6.60, 6.81, Japan 110, 112, Russia 62.959, Venezuela 95,850, 10.2. Data as at June 27, 2018. Source: www.economist.com/economic-hyphen-financial-indicators/2018/06/28/trade-budget-balances-interest-rates. Questions 1. Explain the currency changes shown in the table. 2. Discuss the significance of these changes for businesses. Key concept. If the pound appreciates in value, it is stronger. For example, if its value rises from pound $1 $1.20 to pound $1 $1.50. If the pound depreciates, it is weaker and loses value. 13. Global Business 349. Key concept. An exchange rate is the price of one currency in terms of another. 13.2 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. If the value of an exchange rate changes from pound $1 to pound $1 the pound has appreciated. B. A strong pound is worth more in foreign currency than a weak pound. C. If a country's exchange rate increases, this makes its goods more expensive in foreign currency, all other factors unchanged. D. If a country's exchange rate increases, this makes its goods more expensive in domestic currency, all other factors unchanged. Analyzing the business data. Questions. The chart in figure 13.2 shows how the value of the pound has changed against the US dollar. 1. Explain, using supply and demand analysis, the possible causes of these changes. 2. Explain how these changes might have affected the costs and demand of a UK business. 3. What is the value of £1 against the US dollar now? What changes in currency supply and demand conditions are having an impact on the value of the pound at the moment? What is causing these changes? 2009. 1.15. 1.30. 1.45. 1.60. 1.75. USD. Per GBP. 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. Figure 13.2 The value of the pound, GBP, against the dollar, USD. 350. What is protectionism? While there may be considerable benefits to you as a business of having access to overseas markets, this does not mean that trade will necessarily be straightforward. It is not unusual for governments to place barriers in the way of trade and introduce what are known as protectionist measures. Protectionism may take the form of tariffs, quotas, or administrative requirements. Tariffs add a tax to imported products. This increases their price and makes them less competitive. For domestic producers, a tariff raises the world price and allows them to sell products which were previously uncompetitive with foreign imports. Quotas limit the total number of foreign products. This forces up the price and again allows inefficient domestic producers to now produce. Administrative requirements for such things as permits, health and safety regulations, and rules about product labeling and packaging make it more difficult for foreign businesses to access the UK market. Looking at figure 13.3, imagine the world price is originally P1. The quantity demanded in the world is Q2. The quantity produced locally is Q1. The quantity imported is Q2 Q1. The tariff increases the world price to P2. This allows domestic producers who were too inefficient to compete at the previous price to now sell their output. Domestic producers Q1 Q3 can now supply at the higher price and the domestic customers are paying more. Given the higher price, the quantity demanded is lower, so customers buy less at a higher price. Total imports fall to Q4 Q3 and the government collects tax on these. Business case question, can you now answer? Figure 13.4 shows a tariff imposed on the world price of a good. A. How much does domestic output increase? B. How much does the quantity demanded increase? C. What is the new level of imports? D. How much revenue does the government collect? Why do some countries restrict trade? These barriers limit the access that foreign products have to domestic markets. The aim of protectionism is to protect certain industries from foreign competition. If you are a manager of a business within a protected industry, you may well welcome this support from your government because it gives you more monopoly power over the market. However, if you are a business or consumer in other sectors, you may not, the reason being that protectionism tends to increase prices and reduce choice. It may also lead to retaliation, making it difficult for you to export in the future. 352. There are a number of typical reasons for a government to protect an industry. The government may wish to protect jobs in a particular industry which is suffering from overseas competition. This may help win votes. However, it is potentially subsidizing inefficient domestic producers and forcing consumers to buy products that are more expensive and of less good quality. The government may want to protect industries that are still developing, in order to help them become more established and gain from economies of scale. This is called the infant industry argument. The government may decide to protect selected industries that are regarded as essential to a country, e.g. a government may want to protect its farmers for the food supplies or its defense industries for security. There may be political reasons. A government may impose sanctions on foreign governments. They may place a complete ban, an embargo, on trade to try and reduce the country's income from exports in order to force political change. For example, sanctions have been used against Iran and North Korea in an effort to change their government's policy on nuclear weapons. See Business Insight 13.5. Key concept: protectionism occurs when a government introduces measures to support domestic businesses, and makes it difficult for overseas businesses to compete. 13.4 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. A tariff limits the quantity of foreign products allowed into a country. B. Protectionism tends to reduce the prices of goods domestically. C. Protectionism puts pressure on domestic businesses to be efficient. 13.5 Business Insight: Sanctions against North Korea. In 2017, North Korea continued with its nuclear development program. In an attempt to stop this, several governments took political actions, including trade sanctions against the North Korean government. Individuals and organizations linked to North Korea had their assets frozen and were prevented from trading. Businesses on the blacklist include banks, coal and minerals traders, and transport firms. The aim of these actions by governments such as Japan and South Korea was to impose peaceful pressure on the North Korean government. Source: https://www.bbc.co.uk/news/world-asia-436014040. Question: to what extent do you think UK businesses would be affected by sanctions against North Korea? 13 Global Business 353. What is the impact on a business facing protectionist measures? If producers face protectionist measures that are introduced in its export markets, this will reduce its export sales, which could affect profits. Protectionism may force a business to look for new markets to export to, or that business may try to boost domestic sales. In some cases, managers may look to find ways around the measures, such as relocating to operate within the other region. In 2108, for example, Harley-Davidson responded to European Union tariffs on US motorbikes by announcing it would relocate some of its production to Europe because Europe was so important to sales. On the supply side, protectionism will restrict the ability of a business to access resources. UK businesses have been able to benefit from the free flow of labor from within the European Union. After Brexit, this flow will be restricted, which could create labor shortages in some sectors. The impact of protectionism on your business will depend largely on three factors: what type of protectionism has been introduced, how long it is introduced for, what actions you take, e.g. do you use this an opportunity to improve competitiveness? 13.6 Business Insight: Bombardier. According to the BBC in an article published in December 2017, The U.S. Department of Commerce had recently ruled against the aerospace business Bombardier in its dispute with rival U.S. business Boeing. A tariff of 80% was imposed on the import of Bombardier's C-Series jet to the U.S. for allegedly selling the planes below the costs of production to win orders and market share. The U.S. argued that Bombardier was being subsidized unfairly by the UK governments to keep the business and jobs going. The 80% tariff is on top of an earlier tariff of 220% which related to subsidies that Bombardier got from Canada and the UK. There have been warnings that the import tariffs could threaten Bombardier jobs in Belfast. About 1,000 jobs are linked to the C-Series, the wings of which are made at a purpose-built £520 million factory in the city. The program is not just important to Bombardier jobs in Belfast, but also to 15 smaller aerospace firms in Northern Ireland and dozens more across the UK which make components for the wings. The US Department of Commerce rulings, which could more than triple the cost of a C-Series aircraft sold into the US, could jeopardize a major order placed last year from US airline Delta. Source: BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-42434537. Question: Is the US justified in imposing these tariffs on Bombardier, do you think? 354. Why do countries join trade agreements? To try and overcome protectionist measures, countries may join together in different forms of trade agreement. These usually allow for free trade, i.e. no protectionism, between member countries on some or all products. In some cases, this free trade will extend to the freedom to move money between countries and for employees to work easily in different countries. The agreement might also include common approaches to trade with non-member countries. One such agreement is in the European Union, which is an economic and political union of countries. This is a customs union where goods, services, money, and people can travel relatively freely throughout most of the continent. All EU citizens have the right and freedom to choose in which EU country they want to study, work, or retire. Every member country must treat EU citizens in exactly the same way as its own citizens for employment, social security, and tax purposes. Members of the European Union have the same protectionist measures against non-members. Research task. Research a recent trade dispute between countries. Analyze the reasons for this dispute and the possible consequences of it. Key concept. A customs union occurs when there is freedom of movement of products between member countries, and all members have the same protectionist measures against non-members. Brexit. In 2016 the UK voted to leave the European Union, EU. This was known as Brexit, British exit. There were various motivations for this, including a desire by some to have more control over UK borders and not have freedom of movement of EU citizens, a desire to have laws determined by the UK Parliament and not European institutions, and the wish to allow the UK to make its own trade deals with non-EU members rather than have to follow EU rules on this. As part of the European Union, the UK participated in free movement of goods, services, money, and people between member countries. However, it had to impose commonly agreed protectionist measures against non-member countries. It could not have its own trade agreements. For some UK businesses, this meant that the trading agreements were not necessarily as favorable as they might have been if the UK made its own trade deals. Brexit would give the UK government the freedom to decide what, if any, protectionist measures it wanted in relation to any other country. It was also free to 13 Global Business 355. Negotiate deals with any government it wished. Despite the decision to leave the EU, many British businesses were keen to keep access to European markets without barriers. They wanted frictionless trade, but the European Union did not necessarily want to allow a country to leave and still benefit from free trade. The challenge facing the UK government was to negotiate a deal that kept as many of the benefits of free trade while having the freedom to create its own deals elsewhere. The full effect of Brexit is not yet known at the time of writing, as the terms of leaving have not been finalised, but the decision to leave has caused uncertainty for business. Unsure of what post-Brexit would look like or the long-term consequences of it, UK managers have had to make plans for what could happen. Some businesses have looked to relocate to continental Europe to be based within the European Union, for example, while others have delayed investment decisions until it was clearer what would happen. The uncertainty of Brexit has also affected the UK currency. Investors were reluctant to hold pounds because the future value for the currency was not predictable and because there was less investment into the UK. The lower value of the pound meant that buying products from abroad was more expensive in pounds, increasing costs. Read more. You can find more data about UK trade on the website of the Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk/business-industry-and-trade/international trade. 13.7 Business Insight, JLR and the Single Market. In 2018, the precise terms of the UK's departure for the European Union were still being negotiated. In July of that year, as reported by the BBC, Jaguar Land Rover, JLR, warned that a bad Brexit deal would threaten £80 billion worth of investment plans for the UK and may force it to close factories. The UK's biggest car maker, owned by India's Tata Motors, said its heart and soul is in the UK. But without frictionless trade, JLR said its UK investment plans would be in jeopardy. The chief executive of JLR said that barriers to trade with the European Union would cost the business more than £1.2 billion profit each year. JLR had already announced that it would cut production at its plant in Halewood, Merseyside, where it builds 3 Range Rover models. It also said it would shift production of the Land Rover Discovery SUV to Slovakia, which could lead to job cuts. A company spokesperson said that Jaguar Land Rover needed free and full access to the single market beyond the 2-year transition phase post-2019 in order to remain competitive. JLR made more than 600,000 cars in 2017, 20% of which were sold to mainland Europe. It spent £5.67 billion with UK suppliers of parts during its previous financial year, and £5.37 billion with businesses based in the EU. Source: BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-4471956. 356. Questions 1. Why do you think Jaguar Land Rover is reconsidering its investment decisions? 2. What do you think the impact of less investment by Jaguar Land Rover would be on UK-based businesses? Summary. Trade creates many potential opportunities for UK businesses. It opens up new markets around the globe with far more potential buyers than exist in the UK. At the same time, it provides UK businesses access to more suppliers than are available locally. This should lead to lower cost and better quality inputs and more sales. However, this does require UK businesses to be globally competitive. If they are not, they will lose sales to global businesses that are abroad and in their domestic markets. In terms of increasing demand, accessing markets will not always be easy due to differences in the political, economic, social, and technological environments. Operating in one country or region can be very different from operating in another. Businesses will want to consider the degree of commitment to a region and how best to enter it. In terms of supply, businesses will often have global supply chains to benefit from lower costs and better skills abroad. Managing global supply chains can be a complex operation, not least dealing with exchange rate changes. Some governments will use protectionist measures to protect domestic industries. This generally increases prices and supports inefficient producers. It can be politically popular, at least in the short run, but often leads to retaliation and provokes opposition as it reduces choice and enables inefficient businesses to survive. Key learning points. Trade creates opportunities for businesses both in sales and in sourcing materials. Trade is based on the principle of comparative advantage, where countries with lower opportunity costs in the production of a product can specialize in it and export it. International business brings with it particular challenges, such as exchange rate fluctuations. Governments sometimes protect domestic industries from foreign competition. Protectionism takes various forms, such as tariffs and quotas. Protectionism can help selected industries but may raise prices and reduce choice generally in an economy. 13 Global Business 357. Business Case Extension Questions. 1. Analyze the factors that influence the demand for burgers in a country. 2. Using 5 forces analysis, assess the competitive forces in the burger industry in a country of your choice. 3. Outline the terms and conditions of buying a Five Guys franchise. Analyze what else you would want to know before deciding whether to invest in a franchise or not. 4. Research the success of franchising as a business model. Quick questions. 1. What is meant by comparative advantages? 2. What are the potential benefits of free trade? 3. What is protectionism? 4. What is a tariff? 5. What is a quota? 6. Why might a government protect an industry? 7. What is meant by an exchange rate? 8. How might a low exchange rate affect a country's businesses? 9. What is meant by a global supply chain? 10. What is the European Union? Answers to questions. Chapter 1 1.1 Quick check: A true, B true, C false. Owners do not need to be managers within the business. 1.2 Quick check: A micro, B macro, C micro, D macro, E macro, F micro. 1.3 Quick check: A false. Resources are limited. B false. They do not reflect reality fully. They are simplifications but they attempt to predict results. C false. These are outputs. D false. Owned by shareholders. Chapter 2 2.1 Quick check: A true, B true, C false. It needs to be specific. D false. It needs to be specific. E false. It needs to be time specific. 2.2 Quick check: A false. Costs may increase by more. B not necessarily. Maximum profit occurs when there is the biggest positive difference between revenue and costs. C not necessarily. Depends on the size of the initial investment. D false. Profits are maximized when marginal revenue equals marginal cost. E false. Maximum revenue occurs when marginal revenue is 0. 2.3 Quick check: A true, B true, C true, D false. Total revenue minus total costs. 2.1 Doing the business maths. 1. At which output is revenue maximized? 50 units. 2. At which output are costs the lowest? 10 units. 3. At which output is profit maximized? 40 units. Output, units. Total revenue, pound. Total costs, pound. Profit, pound. 10 120 80 20 150 150 30 300 120 180 40 600 220 380 50 1700 300. Answers to questions 359. Chapter 3 3.1 Quick check: A false. Quantity demanded will change but by proportionally less than the change in price. B false. A price rise increases revenue if demand is price inelastic. C true. 2.3 Doing the business maths. How many units should be produced? Why? 3, as this maximizes profit. Units marginal revenue, pound. Marginal cost, pound. Produce or not. Impact on profits. 1.10.5 Yes, profits increase. 2.10.7 Yes, profits increase. 3.10.10 Yes, profits stay same. 4.10.13 No, profits decrease. 5.10.17 No, profits decrease. 2.2 Doing the business maths. What is the overall effect on profits of allocating over 2 or 5 years? No effect. In both cases the total cost over the period is £40,000. What is the impact on profits in A. Year 1 and B. Year 5 of the two different methods? Lifespan of 2 years. In year 1 cost is £20,000, in year 5 cost is £0. Lifespan of 5 years. In year 1 cost is £8,000, in year 5 cost is £8,000. So profits would be £12,000 higher in year 1 and £8,000 lower in year 5 if it is assumed that the lifespan is 5 and not 2 years. Year annual cost, £000. Expected lifespan of 2 years. Annual cost, £000. Expected lifespan of 5 years 1 20,000 8,000 2 20,000 8,000 3 0 8,000 4 0 8,000 5 0 8,000. 3.2 Quick check. A true be more elastic, it means the percent change in quantity demanded is 3 times the percenter change in price, rather than 0.3 times. C true. D false, demand is perfectly price inelastic. 360. 3.4 Quick check. A true, they are substitutes. B true. C true. 3.3 Quick check. A true. B true. C true. D true. 3.1 Doing the business maths. Change in quantity demanded, units. Change in price, pound. Percent change in quantity demanded. Percent change in price. Price elasticity of demand. 50 to 42 pounds to 2 pounds and 20 pence 20% 10% to 50 to 75 2 pounds to 1 pound and 80 pence 50% 10% 5 200 to 195 20 pounds to 21 pounds 2.5% 5% 0.5 100 to 150 pounds to 60 pounds 0% 20% 0. 3.2 Doing the business maths. Complete the following table. Change in quantity demanded, units. Change in income, £000. Percent change in quantity demanded. Percent change in income. Income elasticity normal or inferior. Elastic or inelastic. 20 to 30 10 to 11 50% 10% plus 5 normal, elastic 50 to 45 40 to 44 10% 10% 1 unitary, inferior 3 to 2 100 to 98 33.3% 2% 16.6 normal, elastic 80 to 60 50 to 60 25% 20% 1.25 inferior, elastic. Chapter 4 4.1 Quick check. A true. B false, cost would be 20 times 6 pounds equals 120 pounds. C false, 5 units used up at 6 pounds equals 30 pounds. D true. 4.2 Quick check. A false, they can change but do not change with output. B true. C true. D true. 4.3 Quick check. A true. B true. C false, occurs when price equals average variable costs. D false, total contribution minus fixed costs. C true. Answers to questions 361. 4.4 Quick check. A true. B false, extra total costs. C true, marginal cost pulls up average cost. D true. 4.5 Quick check. A false, normal profit. 4.1 Doing the business maths. Questions 1. A business buys 200 units of materials at £5 each on credit. It sells 40 of them for £9 each in cash. The labor cost per unit is £2 paid in cash. As a result of these transactions, what is A. the level of profits? Equals revenue £360 costs £280 equals £80 billion. The cash position of the business equals inflow outflow equals £360 £80 equals £280. C. the stock level of the business equals 160 units. 2. A business buys 200 units of materials at £5 each in cash. It sells 40 of them for £9 each on credit. The labor cost per unit is £2 paid in cash. As a result of these transactions, what is A. the level of profits? Equals revenue, costs equals £360 £280 equals £80 billion. The cash position of the business equals inflow outflow equals £0, £1,000 plus £80 equals £1,080. C. the stock level of the business equals 160 units. 4.2 Doing the business maths. Business A, £M. Business B, £M. Business C, £M. Revenue 100 100 100. Costs 60 60 60. Profit, to an accountant, 40 40 40. Estimated opportunity cost 30 70 40. Profit, to an economist, 10 30 0. 4.3 Doing the business maths. 1. What is the level of fixed costs when output is 300 units? 100 pounds. 2. What is the level of variable costs when output is 500 units? 1000 pounds. B. False, abnormal profit. C. True. 4.6 Quick check. A. False, when unit costs fall. B. True. C. True. D. True. 362. 4.4 Doing the business maths. Output, units. Revenue, pound. Variable costs, pound. Contribution, pound. Fixed costs, pound. Profit/loss, pound. 10,000 200,000 150,000 50,000 150,000 100, 000 20,000 400,000 300,000 100,000 150,000 50, 000 30,000 600,000 450,000 150,000 150,000 40,000 800,000 600,000 200,000 150,000 50,000 50,000 1,750,000 250,000 150,000 100,000. 4.5 Doing the business maths. Units, 000. Price, pound. Variable cost per unit, pound. Contribution, pound. Fixed costs, pound. Profit or loss, pound. 10 10 6 40,000 120,000 80, 000 20 10 6 80,000 120,000 40, 000 30 10 6 120,000 120,000 40 10 6 160,000 120,000 40,000 50 10 6 200,000 120,000 80,000. 4.6 Doing the business maths. Imagine the selling price is now 15 pounds, the variable cost per unit is still 8 pounds, and fixed costs are still 20,000 pounds. What is the break-even output now that the price is higher? Break-even equals 20,000 divided by 15.8 equals 2,857.1 equals 2,858 units. Imagine the selling price remains at 15 pounds. The variable cost per unit is reduced to 5 pounds, and fixed costs are still 20,000 pounds. What is the break-even output now that the variable cost per unit is lower? Break-even equals 20,000 divided by 15.5 equals 2,000 units. Lower variable cost per unit means a higher contribution per unit, which means a lower break-even level of output. 4.7 Doing the business maths. Number of employees. Wage bill if each employee paid £300 a week. Output per week. Labor productivity per week. Labor cost per unit, pound, £26,000, £20,000, £1,030, £26,000, £40,000, £2,015, £26,000, £80,000, £4,075, £26,000, £120,000, £6,005. Answers to questions 363. 4.10 Doing the business maths. Units total cost, pound, average cost per unit, pound, 100 200,000 2,200 220,000 1,100 300 250,000 833.3 400 280,000 700 500 300,000 600 600 350,000 583.3 700 470,000 671.4 800 600,000 750. 4.8 Doing the business maths. Number of employees. Output equals total product, units. Marginal product, average product. 220 N/10. 340 20 13.3. 490 50 22.5. 5 120 30 24. 6 140 20 23.3. 7 150 10 21.4. 4.9 Doing the business maths. Output, units. Total cost, pound. Average cost, pound, equals total cost divided by output. Marginal cost. Relationship between marginal cost and average cost, e.g. higher or lower and impact on average, 11010n/a21898 marginal lower than previous average. So brings it down 32799 marginal same as previous average, so average stays the same 43699 marginal same as previous average, so average stays the same 550 1014 marginal above previous average, so average increases 666 1116 marginal above previous average, so average increases 784 1218 marginal above previous average, so average increases 364. C. Decrease in demand. D. Increase in supply. 5.3 Quick check. A. False, increases both equilibrium price and quantity. B. False, reduces both equilibrium price and quantity. C. False, decreases equilibrium price and increases quantity. D. False, increases both equilibrium price and quantity. Chapter 5 5.1 Quick check. A. False, price change causes a movement along a demand curve. B. True. C. False, there is excess supply. D. True. E. True. F. False, price will tend to rise. 5.2 Quick check. A. Decrease in supply. B. Increase in demand. 5.1 Doing the business maths. Price, pound. Quantity supplied, units. Quantity demanded, units. Market outcome, units. Impact on price. 10 320 52 70, excess supply fall 9 250 81 80, excess supply fall 8 180 120 60, excess supply fall 7 150 150 equilibrium no change 6 90 200 110 excess demand increase 5 20 250 230 excess demand increase 4 15 300 285 excess demand increase. Chapter 6 6.1 Quick check. A. True. B. True. C. True. 6.2 Quick check. A. True. B. False. It will lead to a movement along the supply of labor. C. True. D. True. 6.3 Quick check. A. True. B. False, excess demand. C. True. D. True. 6.4 Quick check. A. False, it may be that they have different jobs. Discrimination would occur if the pay was different for men and women doing the same job. B. True. If more is produced than, all other things unchanged, the value of employees' output increases and therefore so does the demand for labor. C. False, the wage will be above equilibrium and therefore the quantity supplied will be greater than the quantity demanded, there will be excess supply. Answers to questions 365. Chapter 7 7.1 Quick check. A. True. B. False, non-diminishable and non-excludable. C. False, would be underprovided. D. True. 6.1 Doing the business maths. Number of employees. Extra cost of employing employee, pound. Value of marginal product, pound. Employ or not. Yes or no. 110.90 yes. 220.60 yes. 330.30 yes. 450.10 no. 575 no. 6.2 Doing the business maths. In terms of shifts in supply of and demand for labor, what might cause a. An increase in the equilibrium wage and quantity of labor? An increase in demand for labor. B. An increase in the equilibrium wage and a decrease in the quantity of labor? A decrease in supply of labor. C. A decrease in the equilibrium wage and quantity of labor? A fall in demand for labor. D. A decrease in the equilibrium wage and an increase in the quantity of labor? An increase in supply of labor. 6.3 Doing the business maths. Number of employees. Wage bill if each employee paid £600 a week. Output per week, units. Labor productivity per week. Labor cost per unit, pound, 50 30,000 50,000 1,000 0.6 50 30,000 60,000 1,200 0.5 50 30,000 100,000 2,000 0.3 50 30,000 200,000 4,000 0.15 7.2 Quick check A false. It will want to subsidize those products B true C false, used to stabilize price D false. This is privatization. D true. The low wage reduces the quantity supplied and increases the quantity demanded, leading to excess demand for labor. 366. 8.2 Quick check A true B false. Similar products C false, easy entry and exit D true. 8.3 Quick check A true B true C false. Strong brand loyalty would be a barrier. 8.4 Quick check A false. Single seller B false. Downward sloping C true D true. 8.5 Quick check A false. Relatively few firms dominate B false. The 5 firm concentration ratio will be high as a few firms dominate the industry C true D true. 8.6 Quick check A true B false. Price maker C true D true. Chapter 8 8.1 Quick check A false. A business could gain a bigger share of a smaller market and actually be selling less than before B false. It means the market share of the largest 5 firms combined is 20% C true D false. It depends on whether your sales are increasing and, if so, how fast. 7.1 Doing the business maths. Imagine the government is operating a buffer stock system to keep the price of a product at £10. Market price, pound, quantity demanded, units. Quantity supplied, units. Excess demand or supply, units. Government action, buy or sell. 8 240 excess demand 160 sell 9 150 70 excess demand 80 sell 10 100 100 equilibrium do nothing 11 80 120 excess supply 40 buy 12 50 150 excess supply 100 buy. 7.2 Doing the business maths. 1. What would be the equilibrium output in a free market? 30 units. 2. What about if businesses took full account of the external costs of their actions? 20 units. Output marginal benefit, pound. Private marginal costs, pound. Social marginal costs, pound. 10 55 15 20 40 25 40 30 30 30 50 40 20 40 70 50 10 50 85. Answers to questions 367. C false, marginal revenues D true 8.7 Quick check A true B true. 8.1 Doing the business maths. A. Calculating market growth. Original market size, pound, new market size, pound, market growth, percent. 10,000 12,000 20% 60,000 62,000 3.3% 500,000 500,000 0% 500,000 490,000 2%. B. Calculating market share. Sales of one business, pound. Total market size, pound. Market share, percent. 10,000 120,000 8.33%. 60,000 620,000 9.68%. 8.2 Doing the business maths. Price, pound, quantity, units. Total revenue, pound. Marginal revenue, pound. Marginal cost, pound. Would a profit maximizer produce this unit or not? 2480 n/an/an/a 195 95 15 3 yes 17 6 102 7 7 yes 15 7 105 3 10 number 13 8 104 112 number 11 9 99 5 17 number 9 10 99 20 no. Chapter 9 9.1 Quick check A false, long term B false, high risk C true D false, senior managers. 9.2 Quick check A true B true C false, existing products in new markets D false, existing products in existing markets. 368. D true E true F false. 9.5 Quick check A true B false, number of votes is usually related to number of shares owned C false, elected by shareholders D false, managers run the business, shareholders own the business. 9.3 Quick check A true B false C true D false E true. 9.4 Quick check A true B false C true. 9.1 Doing the business maths. Item index, where industry average is 100. Strength or weakness. Y. Labor productivity 80 weakness, less productive absenteeism 120 weakness, higher absenteeism gearing 300 weakness, high borrowing so higher risk unit costs 130 weakness, higher unit costs research and development spending. 65 weakness, assuming firm wants to be innovative, as there is less investment in this area percent of repeat sales 110 strength, higher repeat business. Chapter 10 10.1 Quick check A true B true C false, at different stages of the production process D true. 10.2 Quick check A true B true C true D true. 10.1 Doing the business maths. At which level of output does the business stop benefiting from internal economies of scale? 5,000 units. Output, units. Total cost, pound. Unit cost, pound, equals total cost divided by output 2,000 30,000 15 3,000 40 2,000 14 4,000 48,000 12 5,000 50,000 10 6,000 60,000 10 7,000 77,000 11. Answers to questions 369. C true D false, it measures the value of one currency in terms of another. 11.7 Quick check A false, it has increased B true C true D false, increases price in foreign currencies. Chapter 11 11.1 Quick check A false, demand likely to increase, albeit not in proportion with the income increase B true C false, measures income, not number of goods D false, demand for luxury goods likely to increase more than proportionately with income. 11.2 Quick check A false, it measures the cost of living B false, it means that prices are growing more slowly C true D true. 11.3 Quick check A false, inflation is likely to occur if demand is very low. B true C false, it measures changes in prices D true. 11.4 Quick check A true B true C false. It is measured by loans plus issues share capital plus retained profit D true. 11.5 Quick check A true B true C false, it is likely to increase unemployment as there is less demand D true. 11.6 Quick check A false, it measures the value of one currency in terms of another B false, it measures the value of one currency in terms of another. 11.1 Doing the business maths. 1. How much has GDP changed between 2016 and 2017? 20%. 2. How much has GDP changed between 2016 and 2018? 10%. 3. How much has GDP changed between 2016 and 2019? 30%. 4. How much has GDP changed between 2018 and 2019? 40 divided by 90, times 100 equals 44.4%. 11.2 Doing the business maths. Country. A. Country. B. Country. C. Year 1. GDP, pound BN. 5,500 5,000. Year 2. GDP, pound BN. 6,500 and 55,250. Absolute change, pound BN. 10,250. Percent change 20% 10% 5%. 370. 11.3 Doing the business maths. Weighted index equals 11,040 divided by 100 equals 110.4. Item weighting out of 100. Index last year, index this year. Weighted index. A 2100 106 2120. B 30 100 107 3210. C 10 100 101 1010. D 25 100 110 2750. E 15 100 130 1950. Total equals 111,040. 11.4 Doing the business maths. 1. What is happening to inflation between years 1 and 2? Increasing by 3%. 2. What is happening to prices between years 2 and 3? Increasing by 1%. 3. What is happening to prices between years 3 and 4? Falling by 2%. 11.5 Doing the business maths. Year 1, Year 2, Year 3. Change in income 5%, 5%, 5%. Change in prices 2%, 5%, 7%. Effect, does real income increase or decrease? Increase, no change. Decrease. 11.6 Doing the business maths. Business. A. Business. B. Business. C. Long-term loans £10 million, £20 million, £20 million. Capital employed £50 million, £200 million, £25 million. Gearing percent 20%, 10%, 80%. 11.7 Doing the business maths. Gearing is falling. To decide whether it is high or low, we could consider interest rates and profits. Year long-term liabilities, £M. Capital employed, £M. Gearing equals, long-term liabilities divided by capital employed, times 100, 2014 11,039 17,862 62% 2015 12,269 20,040 61% 2016 13,719 22,249 62% 2017 11,594 21,907 53%. Answers to questions 371. C. True, D. True. 12.3 Quick check. A. False, this is a surplus. B. True, C. True, the debt is the total of all the deficits. D. False, will involve cutbacks. Chapter 12 12.1 Quick check. A. True, B. False, it measures the extra spending out of an extra pound. C. True. 12.2 Quick check. A. False, this is monetary policy. B. True. 11.8 Doing the business maths. Time period 1, time period 2, time period 3. Exchange rate £1 equals $1, £1 equals $2, £1 equals 90 cents. Price of £100. UK item in US $100, $200, $90. Comment: the pound is worth more in dollars than last period. All other things being equal, this makes UK goods more expensive in dollars. UK exports are likely to suffer. The pound is worth less in dollars than in period 1. All other things being equal, this makes UK goods less expensive in dollars. UK exports are likely to increase. Price of US $45 good when bought in pounds. £45, £22 and 50 pence. 50 pounds. Comment: the pound is worth more in dollars than last period. All other things being equal, this makes US goods cheaper in pounds, i.e. more competitive. UK imports from the US are likely to increase, and UK costs from US products are lower. The pound is worth less in dollars than in period 1. All other things being equal, this makes US goods more expensive in pounds, i.e. less competitive. UK imports cost more. 372. 12.1 Doing the business maths. Income tax rate for income in this income band. Income tax rate: tax payable, pound. An exchange rate increase does not affect price in domestic currency. 13.3 Quick check. A domestic output increases from 50 m to 100 m. B quantity demanded decreases from 260 m to 220 m. C new level of imports equals 220 to 100 equals 120 m. D revenue the government collects on each unit equals £5. Number of units equals 120 m. Government revenue equals £5 times 120 m equals £600 million. 13.4 Quick check. A true, B false. With less coming in, higher prices are paid for domestic products. C false, they can be inefficient because they are protected. Imagine that the supply of a currency has increased from S1 to S2, that the government wants to keep the value of the currency at P. Which of the following is the action needed by the government to keep the exchange rate at this value? A. Sell UV of its currency, no. B. Buy XW of its currency, yes. C. Sell ZY of its currency, no. D. Buy UX of its currency, no. 13.1 Doing the business maths. Good A, good B. Country 136. Country 246. Questions 1. Which country has a comparative advantage in the production of good A? Which has a comparative advantage in the production of good B? For country 1, the opportunity cost of 1A is 6 divided by 3 equals 2B, the opportunity cost of 1B is 3 divided by 6 equals 0.5A. For country 2, the opportunity cost of 1A is 6 divided by 4 equals 1.5B, the opportunity cost of 1B is 4 divided by 6 equals 0.66A. Country 2 has the comparative advantage in production of A, and country 1 has the comparative advantage in production of B2. What are the possible terms of trade which would be beneficial for both countries? They could trade at 1.5 B2B. 374. 13.2 Doing the business maths. Change in demand and supply of the currency. Possible cause of change. Impact on the exchange rate, increase or decrease, increase in demand, more demand from abroad for goods, e.g. foreign incomes rising. Increase. Decrease in demand, foreign incomes falling, decrease, increase in supply, increased domestic demand for foreign goods, e.g. increased domestic income. Decrease. Decrease in supply, falling domestic income, increase. Data sources. Listed below are some key sources for economic data which you might find valuable in your further studies. Adam Smith Institute, www.adamsmith.org. The Adam Smith Institute is an independent, non-profit think tank. Its aims include promoting neoliberal and free market ideas through research, publishing, media commentary, and educational programs. Bank of England, www.bankofengland.co.uk. The role of the Bank of England is to promote the good of the people of the United Kingdom by maintaining monetary and financial stability. Reports include the Inflation Report. CIA World Factbook, www.cia.gov/library/publications. The World Factbook. The World Factbook provides information on the history, people, government, economy, energy, geography, communications, transportation, military, and transnational issues for 267 world entities. Reports include overviews of each country's economy. Confederation of British Industry, CBI, www.cbi.org.uk. The CBI represents 190,000 businesses of all sizes and sectors. Together these businesses employ nearly 7 million people, about one-third of the private sector employed workforce. The CBI aims to influence government policy, share information, and help businesses to network. Freakonomics, freakonomics.com. A collection of interviews and insights into a wide range of current issues. Gapminder, www.gapminder.org/answers/how-babies-per-woman-change-in-the world. The website created by Professor Hans Rosling. Gapminder is an independent Swedish foundation. It produces free resources aimed at making the world understandable based on reliable statistics and promoting a fact-based worldview. Gapminder collaborates with universities, the UN, public agencies, and non-governmental organizations. Full of fascinating data and presentations. Treasury, www.gov.uk/government/organizations. Treasury/about. Treasury is the government's economic and finance ministry, maintaining control over public spending, setting the direction of the UK's economic policy, and working to achieve strong and sustainable economic growth. Institute for Fiscal Studies, www.ifs.org.uk. The goal of the Institute for Fiscal Studies is to promote effective economic and 376. Social policies by better understanding how policies affect individuals, families, businesses, and the government's finances. International Monetary Fund www.imf.org. The International Monetary Fund is an organization of 189 countries working to foster global monetary cooperation, secure financial stability, facilitate international trade, promote high employment and sustainable economic growth, and reduce poverty around the world. Its primary purpose is to ensure the stability of the international monetary system, the system of exchange rates and international payments that enables countries, and their citizens, to transact with each other. The fund's mandate was updated in 2012 to include all macroeconomic and financial sector issues that bear on global stability. Tim Harford, www.ft.com/tim-harford. Tim Harford is economics leader writer for the Financial Times and writes the Undercover Economist columns published on Saturdays. Harford's book, The Undercover Economist, is a Business Week bestseller and a Sunday Times bestseller, and was number 1 on Amazon.co.uk. John K. www.ft.com/John-K. John K. has been writing a column on economics and business since 1995. He is currently a visiting professor at the London School of Economics. He also had a career in the policy world, which established the Institute for Fiscal Studies as one of the most respected think tanks, and a business career. His columns are well worth reading.